We are live. Welcome back, Blockchain Committee. I was just giving Senator Cost just a few minutes to get settled. That's all. He's ready to go. He's always ready to go. All right. Well, welcome back, committee. Welcome back, virtual world, and welcome back, in-person world. We are jumping into the stable tokens topic, and we're going to hear from some different agencies today as we look at taking a deeper dive into the legislation that we looked at over the last session. And we just so happen to have the prime sponsor of that bill here to my right, Co-Chairman Rothfuss.
Well, hello, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. It's good to be back. I just wanted to provide a little bit of overview of where we are and what this legislation did for those that might not be familiar with it, and why we're working it during this interim. The Wyoming Stable Token Act was legislation that we put together after the final meeting of this select committee to try to fill what was effectively an industry void in a stable token or a stable coin that actually did what it was supposed to do, which was to be stable and to have assets underlying that stable token that were auditable, verifiable, and clearly stable as they were supposed to be. As there was conversation around existing stable coins on the market and stable tokens that were a little bit questionable in their integrity as to whether or not they would continue to maintain their peg or whether they would end up losing their value or having some instability or lack of transparency in their underlying assets. And we've been talking obviously for a number of years, Mr. Co-Chairman, about the fact that we need a lot of puzzle pieces to come into place for this entire ecosystem to be built out in digital assets and blockchain and cryptocurrency and the types of work that we've been doing. One of those puzzle pieces really needs to be a stable token, which is not highly volatile, which has a tremendous amount of transparency and trust and auditability. And in particular, as we start the conversation and started in the last interim, the conversation around the state of Wyoming taking cryptocurrency or digital assets and being able to engage in transactions and smart contract engagement and signature authority on behalf of state agencies. One of the pieces that is essential for that is for the state to actually be able to engage in transactions with a digital asset or a cryptocurrency. And candidly, at that point in time, I don't think there was a cryptocurrency or a stable token or stable coin that I really would have wanted the state to receive because they aren't transparent. The ones that are in the marketplace right now are not fully transparent. They're not easy to understand exactly what the underlying assets are. And so while an individual is certainly willing in many circumstances and able to take on the amount of risk associated with some of the larger market cap stable tokens and stable coins out there, it would be hard really to have the state of Wyoming take on that risk. So the Wyoming Stable Token Act was providing a vehicle not only for the state of Wyoming, but for others in industry and other states and other governments to have an instrument available where through the Wyoming Stable Token Act, the state of Wyoming would issue a stable token representative of $1 of US denominated currency held in trust on behalf of the token holder, and then held in trust by the state of Wyoming and invested only in US Treasury bills. So there's only two forms it could be in. One, some small amount of liquidity of cash, and then everything else would be held in T-bills, fully transparent, minimal risk, about as low of a risk as you could possibly achieve. And then we built some infrastructure around that to implement it. But the concept there was to provide a valid instrument then that industry, the state, and others could engage in to enable smart contract transactions, signature authority, all of the kinds of things that we want to get out of a blockchain environment, but allow the state to engage. So that legislation was very well received. It passed out of the Senate with an overwhelming majority, went to the House. House Appropriations took it on and added some additional oversight and development structure.
After about four or five hearings on it.
I wasn't going to say that, but that is accurate. I think there were a few more hearings in that particular bill than there were for most bills. There was a lot of hearing that took place and a lot of consideration, but at the end of the day, it was largely some mechanisms for oversight and some process questions that were addressed, but nothing changed substantially or substantively with regard to the legislation itself. It moved to the House and then was overwhelmingly passed by the House. Both chambers passed it with over a 2/3 majority, recognizing the need for this instrument. But we are here because the Governor Gordon, chose to veto it and had concerns. Those concerns were expressed in a letter. And what I was hoping to do today, Mr. Co-Chairman, and is to provide an opportunity then to engage with the stakeholders of the governor's office and to try to understand what we would need to do to get to the point where the governor would be comfortable with it, the treasurer would be comfortable with it. So this is an opportunity for us to revisit it. I'll say that so far during the interim, I think this is probably the piece of legislation that I have had the most conversations about, and it was the most warmly received. There was a tremendous amount of interest in having a Wyoming stable token, recognizing all of the motivations and priorities that we laid out, and kind of general disappointment that we weren't able to get this across the finish line. We had a pretty aggressive timeline. If we were to have passed the legislation where December of 22, we would expect to be issuing sort of the 1.0 version of whatever that token would look like, have some type of issuance if all went well and we deemed it was a legal approach and we could get to the finish line. At this point, hopefully it will not have set us back significantly if we do move forward with legislation from the select committee, but I think it's important for our select committee to understand what concerns were raised after the legislation was passed. There was plenty of opportunity before the legislation was passed, Mr. Co-Chairman, to raise any of those concerns and address them in any one of the 5 hearings that we had, probably over in the Appropriations Committee. But here we are where we are. So let's see if we can chart a path forward, because again, industry is still clamoring to have this instrument. And I think nothing is more telling than what took place with Terra Luna not so very long ago, where you had what was nominally a stable coin, and it was an algorithmic stable coin, and it was exactly the type of circumstance and exactly the scenario that we were concerned about, where you'd lose stability and lose the peg, and you ended up with a crash of an instrument that was purportedly stable. For this industry, for this future in algorithmic transactions and blockchain and cryptocurrency to thrive and survive and to realize the vision that we've had on the select committee, we need those instruments to have integrity. And the Wyoming stable token certainly would not experience anything similar to that, because again, it has all of the key underlying assets visible and auditable. And at the same time, as at the federal level, they have contemplated legislation around stable tokens and stable coins. As Mr. Land testified earlier, the legislation that we put forward and passed from the Wyoming legislature effectively achieved what was considered to be the gold standard of what you would want from a stable token, so that you wouldn't have the undue risk that we've seen in the wild today. So, Mr. Chairman, that's why we are where we are, and we have some public testimony to take. We have the governor's office, we have the treasurer's office, and then I think we've got some public stakeholders that would like to provide their view as well, as we hopefully move forward with a more successful finish on the Wyoming Stable Token Act.
Excellent introduction. Thank you, Co-Chairman. And by more successful, you mean not passing it with 2/3 majority from each chamber, but by passing it
I
unanimously?
guess that's what we'd have to do.
Okay. All right. David, I know that you have, well, actually, Ms. Nord, you do have a memo on stable tokens generally. And would you like to provide that to us now?
Yeah.
Yes, that'd be great.
And Mr. Chairman, I'll just note as she's getting ready that all of these memos are available on the website under committee meeting materials. So those of you who are listening, bioledge.gov to the Select Committee on Blockchain, Financial Technology, and Digital Information Technology, Innovation Technology, under this meeting's details and the materials.
Perfect. Thank you for that. And we are looking at, it's 4-01 if you're online looking for this material. Ms. Nord.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Clarissa Nord, I'm an associate research analyst with LSO. I'll walk you all through the stablecoins background and uses memo, and I've prepared fairly brief comments for you all today, as I know you've had extensive conversations about the Wyoming Stable Token Act just this last session. So getting into it, this is just a very brief introduction to stablecoins in general. So I'll first explain what a stablecoin is, and then I'll get into a couple different types and uses of stablecoins. So a stablecoin is just another type of cryptocurrency, and it's designed to maintain a stable value by relying on reserve assets. And those assets can include anything from fiat currencies to traditional financial assets or other cryptocurrencies or algorithms. And so stablecoins aim to reduce volatility and market fluctuations to the greatest extent possible by relying on those reserve assets, but they benefit from employing several key aspects from other cryptocurrencies, including that increased transparency and security through the use of blockchain technology. And so on the first page of the memo, I provide a couple different reasons as to why stablecoins are an emerging crypto asset class and really what they seek to achieve. But the overarching idea is that stablecoins serve as a bridge between more volatile cryptocurrencies and other traditional stable assets. And so now I'll direct your attention to figure 1 on page 2 of the memo. And the stablecoin market has grown quite a bit in recent years. And so I gathered this information I wanted to note in April of this year. And so at that time, the market cap was roughly at $180 billion compared to just $86 billion in April 2021, and then $9.6 billion in April 2020. I will let you know that as of this morning, the market cap is roughly at $158 billion, just so you all are aware. And stable coins use the same underlying technology as other cryptocurrencies in terms of how they're created. And so they're minted on a blockchain, and the leading stable coins in the market share several key features. So many are distributed applications running on top of a blockchain, and then a large portion are also ERC-20 tokens on the Ethereum network. And then in addition, a number of leading stable coins typically depend on fiat currency, most commonly the US dollar, on a one-to-one basis. And so that just means that stablecoin holders can redeem each coin at par upon request. So in that situation, a stablecoin would just be the virtual representation of the US dollar. And then getting into a couple different types of stablecoins. So on page 4, I provide a table and
Hey, Ms. Nord.
yeah, you bet.
Sorry, if you know
Chairman.
this, in your footnote 12, you note that public stable coins are collateralized in different ways. Do you know which percentage of the coins are collateralized by US T-bills, or what percentage of their collateralization is T-bills? Just not like a specific percentage, just is that majority based? If you know, Ms. Nord.
Mr. Chairman, I unfortunately don't know off the top of my head in terms of the reserve asset composition and what percentage would be based in T-bills. I know a lot of the leading stable coins on the market, their compositions vary in terms of what they're backed by, specifically the fiat-based stable coins, but I'd be happy to get back to you on that. So
Sure.
Okay, great. So just getting into the different types here. So very broadly speaking, there's a couple different types of stable coins. The first being asset collateralized, and you can see here that there's three different types within the asset collateralized stable coins. So first off, it's the fiat collateralized, and this is where a stable coin is backed by fiat currency, and this is the most common stable coin type. And then there's crypto collateralized, and this is where stable coins are backed by other established cryptocurrencies. And then there's commodity collateralized, and this is where typically they're backed by precious metals, but they can also be pegged to oil or real estate in addition to that. And then the other two types, so non-collateralized, this is an algorithmic stablecoin. This is where a tangible asset isn't necessary. And then hybrid stable coins, this is where they can combine any of the aforementioned aspects to manage supply and price. And then I'll get into a couple different uses of stable coins, but they're primarily confined to crypto market use at the moment. And so they allow investors near instantaneous trading without relying on traditional payment processing systems. But other uses can include providing other secure payment options, protecting crypto asset value, or investing in stablecoins to rebalance a portfolio during a declining market. And then finally here, I'll get into one specific use case, and that's in Australia. And so in March of this year, their government partnered with a major bank, and they minted their first stablecoin that's backed by the Australian dollar. And so they minted $30 million of this stablecoin, and they are targeting large institutional clients initially, but they plan to open it up to individuals at a later point. So Mr. Chairman, that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any additional questions.
Thank you, Ms. Nord. So clearly, and just this is, for anyone who is backing this up, I guess, to an introductory stage, which probably most of our folks tuning in are well beyond that. But the stable coin, you mentioned one of its uses as an investment vehicle, but it looks like 90% of its purpose is for quick liquidity and transactions, not as an investment. Is that
Mr.
fair?
Chairman, that's correct.
And you may have in part answered my first question based on table 1, where the bulk of the coins or the tokens rather listed under an asset are under the asset collateralized class, which is going to be primarily backed by a fiat currency, which is essentially what I was looking for, which is that that's really what we're talking about when we're talking about stable coins.
Mr.
Right.
Chairman, absolutely.
Mr. Kaufman.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to maybe add a little bit of color, because if you're looking at that chart showing I think figure 1, the market cap of the different stable tokens. So just to provide a little context for the committee, USDT is a company called Tether, which is a Chinese-based organization. And yes, they do have fiat backing, but they also take on a lot of industry criticism, because a lot of their asset backing is commercial paper, specifically Chinese commercial paper. And so there's a lot of questions in the market about the validity of those reserves and what that means, versus like the second in market cap, USDC, which is a company called Circle, which is US based. They've actually applied for an OCC charter. And they're, to your question, I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but they're 100% backed by either cash or short-term treasuries. So they're sort of the, pardon the pun, but the gold standard right now, at least as far as stable tokens go. And then following that chart further, then the third, UST, that's the one that collapsed.
Yeah,
And
Mr.
then you got Binance and
I was-
some algorithmic.
I was just going to ask you that question, Mr. Kaufman, to clarify for anyone. There was a recent crash in a stable coin, and tell us, so specifically that coin, and that coin was not backed by, isn't primarily backed by T-bills?
No, so UST Terra was the algorithmic stable token side of Luna. And the two acted in conjunction. I'm sure there's people in this room that can explain it better than I, but they designed an ecosystem where in order to create a stable token, you had to burn one of the Luna tokens. And so they designed supposedly a self-balancing ecosystem that didn't end up working.
Right. And it's a tremendously important distinction because I know there was, and particularly amongst at least one of our colleagues, one of your colleagues in the Senate, with that crash confusion over what our legislation actually did, and that it was backed by T dollars and wouldn't be in any stretch of the imagination comparable to that crash.
Circle or USDC would be by far, in my mind, the closest comparison to what the legislature was proposing.
And Mr. Chairman,
Please.
Mr. Chairman?
and on that, in recent months, Circle has, I think, been trying to improve their credibility as well and their transparency and make it clear that they have better underlying assets. And now as Terra Luna occurred, I think that's going to be even more critical. And that's why we're seeing a lot of new emphasis in that space of ensuring that there is some confidence in the underlying assets. And that's where a lot of the concern is going to be moving forward. So I do think that not only is Circle in the best position, I think Circle is trying to improve their position moving forward in recognition of what we saw with UST Terra.
Mr. Chairman?
Oh, thank you, Ms. Long. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, just a quick factual correction. Mr. Kaufman had noted that Circle had applied for an OCC charter. Factually, that is not the case. It announced about a year ago an intention to apply, but it has not done so. That is a publicly verifiable piece of information, and there is no application as of the date that I last checked for a bank charter coming from them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Long. Mr. Co-Chairman.
Yeah, on that point, Ms. Long, do you know if that's still an intent? Do we have any further insight into, because I read the same information that Mr. Kaufman had read about that intent and I haven't seen any follow-up. Any further insight there?
Ms. Long.
Nothing that I can share, Mr. Chairman. The fact speaks for itself. There has been no application filed.
Ms. Long pleads the,
Yeah,
Please-
right.
please the fifth.
All good.
it's all good. Anything else to add, Mr. Kaufman?
No, Mr. Chairman, and thanks, Ms. Long, for the correction. I wasn't aware that they hadn't actually filed, so good to know.
And Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
And one other thing that I'm not sure of, while even with Circle, which seems to be in the lead as far as the integrity of their assets, I don't know if there's any reason that the public has auditing insight or any true insight into what the underlying assets actually are, to be clear. I think we just read that in interviews. I think it's pretty much the extent of the real level of confidence there. Now, I'm not certain of that. That's something probably that we need to look into, whether that is in some way a publicly auditable underlying asset or not. And maybe Ms. Long knows whether that's a publicly auditable, or Mr. Kaufman or someone else has insight into what those underlying assets are. Do we know that, or do we think that? Because I think there's a big difference in, is there an independent third-party auditing entity that provides us with information about what is actually underlying the integrity of that stable coin, or do we just kind of think that's the way it is? And again, that was one of the things that we were emphasizing with the Wyoming Stable Token Act, is the importance of not only transparency of what the assets are, but the willingness and ability to have a third-party audit attest to the veracity of those underlying assets, which again, if you're talking about having government and large scale level confidence in the security of an asset, I think you really want to be certain that that asset is what you say it is.
Ms. Nord, with the Australian coin, do you know anything about their auditing parameters? Do they have a third-party audit? Do they have an internal audit?
Mr. Chairman, in my research, I didn't see any details regarding a third-party audit or even an internal audit, but I'd be happy to follow up on that.
Do we know what major bank they're using?
Mr. Chairman, they are using, let me pull it up.
NZ?
Mhm. They are using the Australia and New Zealand banking group.
Right, okay. Committee, questions for Ms. Nord? Very helpful, very good. Thank you for preparing this, Ms. Nord. All right, I see our state treasurer. What about Mr. Fleming? Kurt is.
Yeah. I
is,
don't think Patrick's
is
gonna-
Patrick joining you?
No, I don't believe he is. He might be available later on today, but at this point in time, there's some things that I think I can share with the committee as far as what we've done since, I guess, since before and after the veto.
Please, yeah, we'd love to
Yeah.
hear from you.
Yeah. We started with a meeting with several folks in our office, meeting with Kraken, and they gave us some insights about just some of the basics, because that's something that we didn't have as far as contact people that actually can make this type of thing happen, and what other people have done. Some of the things have already been gone over today in that regard. The one thing that I did take out from that, and I think it's relative even today, is that there's a lot of these coins out here, and what they said is that, don't believe that if you build it, they will come. That you have to have some edge, some catch. You have to have something that is marketing. And I think that, where we started with this, I think, was letting everybody know it's a stable token. It's going to be stable. It's going to be backed by real assets. And I think that's even more important now after some of these logarithmic stable coins have busted. So I think that we do have an ability to maybe differentiate ourselves. But wish we would have done this back in 2017, 18 before everybody kind of jumped onto these things. But so it's a crowded market. I guess I would say it's kind of like having a 100 different kind of electric vehicle manufacturers trying to go up against a few of the major car manufacturers and Tesla. But it doesn't mean that it can't be done and we can't do it right. I do have some suggestions. I think things that I thought that we would do as far as putting it in our office is first to ring fence it from the rest of our operations. And now when I say ring fence, I mean that we would have a separate custodial bank. So there couldn't be any accounts that could be moved from or any money or any assets that could be moved in the wrong direction inadvertently by our single custodial bank or our accounting system in any manner, and have it separately accounted for by independent accounting function, and also have a separate audit function. And I think by an accounting firm that actually knows something about crypto. I don't believe they exist in Wyoming to the extent that there would be that degree of expertise. There are some financial institutions that could act as a custodial bank. I won't mention any names, of course, because you don't necessarily do that in a legislative hearing, but they do exist as far as having a footprint in Wyoming that we could, and one of them does have some background in crypto as far as their business processes right now. Mr. Chairman, I think there's some instructions in your bill that I think that would make some sense. One of the things that I see, lacking in our investment funds committee is the area expertise is in operational characteristics as far as its members. And it really doesn't have a great deal of expertise in crypto. There's a couple of members on there that have some, I guess I would say, cursory working knowledge, and I hope I didn't understate that. But there's one individual that could probably serve on a committee in crypto, and I would suggest that you look at rather than the IFC, that you develop a what I would say is a digital advisory committee, and try to get people on it that are more like the folks that have testified today that know something specific about this particular asset. And so I see Patrick jumped on here now, but I would think that would probably be a little bit more I think for the advice that you're going to need, to set it up and on an ongoing basis when you're talking about digital assets and digital opportunities. I think that would be my preference in rather than the investment funds committee. And when that is set up, I think the governance structure I would suggest would be an instrumentality within the treasurer's office, and that the funding would be similar to that of what the WCDA is, where that is basically a statutory minimum that would be available for running and the shop and without the interference necessarily with the areas of HR or budget constraints as far as the minimum, but have that in a range so there would be a maximum so it couldn't overgrow and turn into its own monster. So I think those are things that I think would be in areas that I think that would make this more of a long lasting and a more effective process. We did have a meeting with a company that's here in Cheyenne, and they wanted to talk about stable token, and that was I'll probably mispronounce it. I think it's Tayson Inc. They're down at 211 West 19th. I guess you guys in the industry will probably know who they are, but we talked to an individual by John Buganaki, I probably butchered that name. But essentially what,
It's Bunaki Treasurer, close enough. We've actually got him, we have Tayson in the room with us today, so.
okay, all right, okay, so essentially what they are wanting to do was to put together a proposal where they could help the state implement this. And I said, we'd be happy to look at the proposal and put it in front of the more of the experts in the room, which would be, you folks and the other folks, as far as whether or not that's the way that we should proceed. But I think that, first of all, I think that a few twinks with the bill that you had, actually getting an advisory committee with advisors that know the specific issues that are before us. I think the oversight committee is okay for oversight, but you have the same problem that we would have with the Treasury, where you have necessarily most of the members on there don't have general working knowledge of what they're trying to govern or oversee. So I think it's important to get a very professional digital advisory committee that would be able to have the freedom to and the budget to actually set up and run something that's gonna last for quite some time, rather than folks that are less involved with the issue at hand. And I think that's kind of the what I got out of it, is that a little bit of a twink in the structure, and making sure that we have a marketing plan going forward, and a structure that's ring fenced from the treasurer's office as far as its day-to-day investment activities. But we can, I think our shop is more than capable, and Patrick is more than capable of investing in the underlying assets. But those should probably be in a separate custodial capacity than what we have right now. And as I say, kind of ring fence that, so everything is operated under the umbrella of the treasurer's office, but we can't have any areas where one enterprise would interfere with the other enterprise.
So Treasurer, just a couple of things. You mentioned that outside separate auditing entity accounting firm, having expertise in Wyoming. Interestingly, as you spoke, an accounting firm literally messaged me telling me they have that expertise.
They have
So
that expertise. Okay.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
think we're gonna have a problem. I think that's a good idea, Treasurer, and I don't think we're gonna have a problem finding them with your one of your main points on the separate custodial bank. The legislation under as it was proposed did provide at least for a separate, it provided for a separate account. But
Right.
do you feel that are you restricted from placing the funds in a bank of your choice as the treasurer or do you need statutory authorization to do that?
Well, we have, I think that we would classify this as necessarily not an investment underneath the treasurer's office, but rather that was underneath our regular investments, but an investment, basically ring fenced from the other investments in the treasurer's office. So the transparency is very, very clear. So if you have it in a different bank and you have it as far as the custodial, then it's really easy to be 100% transparent with in every sense of the word. And so I think that's the big thing that you have when you have a separate custodial setup, you know, for those underlying collateralized assets. Then, you know, it's basically one account in a separate bank that is dedicated to the collateralization of the stable coin. And so the transparency is, I think, a lot easier to guarantee than having, you know, an account that's one of 100 accounts within the treasurer's office. I think that's what you gain from that. It could be done, but I think it wouldn't be as transparent.
Yeah, no, totally tracking, totally agree. I think it's very doable. Mr. Co-Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Following up on that, Treasurer Meyer. So as originally drafted and then into the version that passed both chambers, there was language which basically provided the flexibility for the treasurer's office to select an independent financial institution to do the management and any other entities and to enter into negotiations for that purpose. And I think that was put there largely because we envisioned a lot of what you were saying to necessarily be the case, where it wouldn't be appropriate for in-house daily management. In fact, you'd undoubtedly want to partner with somebody who had direct access to the marketplace, as I know that you were investigating with some of our folks that have that consumer-facing side. So is there, on that particular, the ring fence concept, is there additional necessary statutory language or authorization, or do you want a shall clause that is needed there? Or do you feel that the existing language is sufficient? And again, I think that's what we designed it around, was that concept.
Yeah.
Do we need to make any changes?
I think I would look at it a little bit more detail and make sure that, you know, if we set it up this way, that at some subsequent time, everything couldn't be commingled and we would lose the intent of the transparency that we're trying to gain with setting it up that way. You know, I don't think we need to be really prescriptive, you know, because that's the direction we're headed. But then again, I think that what's important is to make sure that, you know, that when you look at the governance structure, that you have the advice of the experts on the digital advisory council or committee, or however you want to characterize it, and you have that at least somewhere locked up, so you can't backtrack and get into a situation that it'll help us in the contractual thing if it was in the statute, because I know our custodial bank's contract basically says everything that we're going to do in the treasurer's office has to run through that bank. So if we have it at least locked off in the statute that this can be a custodial bank that is not already employed by the treasurer's office, some language like that.
Gotcha.
You know?
Mr. Chairman, a quick follow-up on that. Treasurer, do we have that anywhere else? Are there any other assets under management in your office that have that type of stipulation, any analog that we can point to or contemplate as we look at statutory authorization?
You know, I can't think of anything right offhand. You know, I know there's the different entities, you know, when you look at the political subdivisions, you know, they're a different entity, but we haven't, and we have some, we have two banks. One is a Wells Fargo, two within the state. And one basically does our cash transactions, and one does the rest of the holding the investments that we have there. So, you know, I can look a little more in detail in that, but I can't right offhand. I can't tell you that we have anything that's just analogous to this concept.
I know. So, quick follow-up, Mr. Chairman. Then what I've got for the suggestions, one is this concept of the ring fence and making sure that we get a shall clause in place and we really lay this out. I think we understand that. The second concept that was key was the separate audit function. We have that in there, and the concern that I think you laid out was that we have availability of an expert. It seems to me that there was no concern on your part with the language, just the priority that we have a good accounting outside validator. But I don't know what we would need to change in the legislation that calls for auditing. Do you see any specific language on that we should be looking to?
No, I don't see any specific language. I think it really goes into the RFP process and how we design that RFP process. And there again, that's getting the qualifications that's necessary for an accounting firm to audit a cryptocurrency stable token or otherwise.
Okay.
I did think there was an area there, but I think we need to walk before we run. But I think it'd be easily changed if there's other digital opportunities. I wouldn't think that we'd have to reinvent this whole thing and have it separate, but there's an area in there where it says that this bill is just for this, and I think that's fine. But I think that if other opportunities arise, I think it's easily amendable in the future.
Okay, thank you. And then the IFCA, that's obviously heavily understood. We get what you're saying about that. So thank you.
Treasurer Meyer, trying to put together a couple of statements that you have made and make them, I guess, marry each other and make sense. So if we have an outside accounting firm with an expertise in blockchain/crypto doing an audit, and we use a separate custodial bank, assuming they can have custody and therefore have an expertise in crypto, then I think you said it would be helpful if you had some help in your office that had crypto experience. But with those pieces being outsourced, and what I believe I also heard you say was that your shop is more than capable of handling the investments. So do you really think that you would need greater crypto expertise in your office to handle those investments with the outside entities having custody and auditing functions? And if so, help me understand exactly what you mean by that. What does that look like? Does that mean that you have targeted investors in your office that just need particular training, additional training, or are you fathoming new FTEs?
No, I think that I think we had those other independent areas that were outsourced, and I think Patrick can speak to this. That I think our folks can handle the collateralized the investment of the collateral. There's no problem there, and I think that we've got if there is some training that may need to be done or some specialization, there's several different areas I think that as far as employees that we have now that are more than capable of that. We just have to get with Patrick and see which area or who he wants to have take it on. We've put on some folks that have basically freed up a little bit of Patrick's time, and so he might want to delve in that himself. I mean, that's up to the chief investment officer when we might talk about those things, but that's really his call on some of those things.
We can't allow Patrick to have free time. Come on.
Well, it's not totally free yet, but we're trying to do everything we can to make sure that Patrick does what he loves best, and that's investing. Yeah.
Great. Representative Stiff.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Treasurer, as you know, in the veto message, the governor took the legislature to task for not having an estimate of the various expenses, the accounting services, blockchain vendor services, and other expenses that might be associated with implementing the Stable Token Act. as well as not really having an estimate of how much revenue it might generate. So my question is your office in a position to do that kind of cost benefit analysis? Because I would imagine that whether any of this makes sense depends in part, it depends obviously on your expenses, but it could also depend upon how much of the market you actually capture. That is, if you sell, these accounting services probably would be largely fixed or could be mostly fixed. And if you sell one stable token, that's not going to pay the bills.
Well, yeah.
So the question is your office in a position to do that kind of cost benefit analysis for the benefit of this committee?
Well, I think what we wanted to do here was just to move forward as much as we could as if there was no veto, to try to get you guys all the information that you need this session. And what I would request is that go ahead and put together a list of things that you would like to know, and I think a business plan is one of the things that we could work on in our office. We could also perhaps ask the governor to get somebody from the Business Council to help with that. Those type of things that you don't want to get in a situation where you're I guess spending a lot of money in something that you don't know whether or not it's going to work or not. And that's where I had cautioned you at the first, is that as we were cautioned, that is that build it and think that they will come. Now we've got to have something pretty comprehensive, and I think that we'll have to see what'll work. Just at first blush, I think what Australia and New Zealand are doing, they're probably headed down the right path. But only at $30 million, there's going to be a huge market out there, and it's going to be billions. And it's going to be, I think, grow. You saw the growth chart on that. It kind of topped off because of these hiccups with a couple of companies. But there's a lot of I think opportunity, and I think the market's fairly big. But we have to do that market analysis, and there's a possibility we could get UW to take a look at some of those things. So I think to do it right, I think we kind of have to have all hands on deck, but we do need some what I would say professional guidance. And so I think one of the most important things is to get a digital asset committee or council that of professionals that are advisors. And if you structure that council with a minimum amount of basis points and give them the budget, and don't restrict the employees that they're going to hire or what they're going to pay for them, but just restrict the amount of money that they can use for that. I think you're going to get an explosion of knowledge and capacity in that digital advisory committee that we don't have right now.
Just to clarify, Treasurer, you said market cap of trillions with a T.
Did I? That very well could happen. I thought I said billions, but there are, you look at the, and that's, I think this concept really kind of scares some governments, maybe even our own, that a state or Australia or somebody could come up with a currency that was, although backed by the US dollar, was essentially could have a huge impact on the need for treasuries.
Yeah. Well, there's no doubt when Neil Armstrong stepped on the moon, he probably had butterflies in his stomach. It's the reality of when you step forward into uncharted territory.
Yeah.
What else, Treasurer?
I don't have anything right offhand there. I think I kind of sketched out where I see some areas that we could possibly have some improvement or some more opportunities. And I'm not sure when Tencent is going to come back or what they're going to come back with, but or what they'll charge us for when they tell us what they want to provide. So, but we'll continue working on some of these questions that I think need to be answered. And I say Patrick's here right now. If you've got some other technical questions and different things there, he's been getting up to speed on this, a bit too. So we'll turn it back over to you guys.
Perfect. Yeah. I guess just one last thing. You'd mentioned marketing in order to compete in the growing market. And I wonder, Treasurer, if the name Wyoming in the crypto token blockchain sphere has to itself a lot to offer. When you mention EVs and you mention Tesla versus an unknown company or a Ford trying to compete with a Tesla who does absolutely zero advertising, but its name is known in that market. I would like to think that Wyoming is very similar. If you go around, when we have these committees and we hear from people from all over the world, that's what I'm hearing when somebody tells me that they just came from Austin, Texas, where there were 20,000 people attending a blockchain conference, and the name Wyoming is absolutely not unknown at that conference. It's very much known. So I do think in terms of marketing, which is why the original bill SF 106 was called the Wyoming Stable Token, because versus what I really would like, the name of Cowboy but I lost that battle. But I do think because my co-chairman is right that the word Wyoming means something in that market, and it does provide something a lot different than Australia, who is not known on the world stage of blockchain.
I definitely agree with you, Mr. Chairman. I think the effort and the success that the legislative process has brought to cryptocurrency, Wyoming is something that as far as your guys is leading this effort has made I think in that area almost a household name.
Perfect. Well, thank you, Treasurer. We do appreciate. Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did want to just follow up on the governor's veto message, because the primary concern in the governor's veto message was the bandwidth, so to speak, of the treasurer's office, and the specific sentence here ahead of the veto, the therefore sentence. At this time, the Wyoming treasurer's office is struggling to keep current with its other obligations to the state, and despite assurances that the processes described in this bill are simple and straightforward, I remain unconvinced that this camel can carry even one more straw. So, and therefore at this time, I find it necessary to veto the Wyoming Stable Token Act. So the core concern is not one that I share, and I know my co-chairman doesn't share it, but I think it's incumbent upon you, Treasurer, to provide us with the assurances that we will be capable, if this legislation is not vetoed next time, are we going to be able to get this done?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'll give you a brief update about where we are. We were able, thanks to your guys' generosity in positions, to get us enough positions to actually put in a reconciliation and audit division within our accounting department. And we've just hired 2 new people to go into that. We've got a couple of more to put on. And we hope that there's enough good accountants out there, because we've really upped our I guess our minimum requirements as far as the people that we put in our office. And we've been lucky enough to keep those high standards and onboard a lot of folks. Now I have a update every week on the progress on our onboarding our new accounting system, and that is moving forward where we're paralleling the old system at the same time with the help from KPMG on the reconciliation and going into the next audit period with the old system. At the same time, we're doing parallel testing on the new system, and that will be basically moving forward on the 1st of July. And so we're moving forward on that. That will be phased in over the course of about somewhere around 15 to 18 months, but the first phase will be going in on July 1st. And we'll put some of the second phases in probably just in that October region, I would guess, and continue to onboard the optionalities that we have in that. What it's going to allow is essentially the day-to-day stuff where you're putting things in and copying it off of spreadsheets and putting it into the system. It's going to be transferring directly from the custodial bank and into that. We changed our investment policy statement to make sure that every contract has a uniformity in the reporting system, both at the manager level and the custodial level, that will work with the input into the new accounting system, so that all of our new contracts with managers and the custodial bank will have that language in there. So there's no there should be no possible way that we're going to get into a situation where you're going to have anything that's not reported in the right manner. So Patrick can talk about the Bloomberg order management system. That one is going to be, we're testing on that now and being educated on that. That one should be rolling out in completion in August. So there are, I guess, people, processes, and systems being put in place that I can definitely give you the I think the green light as far as next year, if this thing is moved forward, that we'll have the capacity within our shop as it has never really been capable of doing before. We've had a lot of heavy work over the course of the last few years. We've put on 36 new managers and have moved $11 billion into those managers. So it's been a heavy lift doing that. It's been very successful. And a lot of that is due to the expertise that Patrick and the team have. He's beaten the benchmark the last 2 years in a row. And if you look at the statistics on that large cap mutual funds miss the benchmark 83% of the time. And he and his team have been able to basically beat the benchmark the last 2 years. And it looks like, although we're not making money this year, we'll beat the benchmark again because of the way in the due diligence of the managers that we put on aren't losing as much as the benchmark is going down. So he's done a terrific job with what's happened there. So yeah, I can say that undoubtedly there should be no qualms at all for moving forward with this.
Yeah, thank you, Treasurer. We really appreciate you saying, the green light on your capacity to handle this if we move it forward. And I will say that is generally it's generally the feeling we had while we moved this bill through legislation. And we'll get to Patrick in a moment, but as we sat through 5 appropriation hearings, and you were there right behind us.
Yeah.
At a couple of them, Treasurer, and, you know, Patrick right there with us, we felt like, at the time, we had your confidence that you had the capacity to handle it. So I was a little surprised after the veto with, you know, with your comments that you were okay with the veto because of capacity, but I guess being okay with it versus being pleased with it are different things.
Yeah, they definitely are different things. I think had I had the opportunity to talk to the governor about the concept of ring fencing and putting on the different managerial capacity in the outside manner which we wanted to address it. I think that may have given him the comfort level that he was seeking, but I didn't have that opportunity to talk to him beforehand. But as I said, even though it's been vetoed, we're trying to, when we have the time, any extra time, is to move forward with your guys' intent.
Thank you. We appreciate your joining us today, Mr. Treasurer, and we appreciate your testimony, helping us understand some nuances to the legislation that will make it more workable for your office and for Wyoming. Joel, I see your hand,
Reveal.
and I'm sorry that I missed it earlier.
That's okay, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. I just had an idea that I wanted to bounce off of Treasurer Meyer and Patrick that may address some of the concerns in the veto as well as what we've just been addressing. And that is that based on my background in investment management, there are certain best practices that we all follow that are mandated by the SEC if it's an SEC registered fund, mandated by the OCC if it's a collective investment fund. And I don't know why we wouldn't want to mandate the same sort of operational guidance here, which would be, one, you create a written plan for the fund and you follow that plan according to what's been outlined. Two, you have a formal board or committee, Treasurer Meyer referred to this, that is maintaining adequate board oversight of the fund. Three, you use qualified counsel. Four, you use a fund admin, like a Citco or SS&C, and they create daily or monthly or quarterly net asset value calculations or NAVs. And then finally, you use a qualified audit firm that performs annual audits and tests for risks and controls. That is very standard practice and in fact required by law for privately operated fund managers. It seems to me that that might be appropriate here. And I guess to finally land this plane and ask the question is to the treasurer and to Patrick, would this be unduly restrictive, or are these guidelines that you would welcome in the legislation?
I would say yes to all of the above. I think we kind of talked about those most of the time here today, but maybe with a little bit different vocabulary, so to speak. But yeah, I'd appreciate that if you shared that with the committee, because I think that's what you need to know. As you need to have that business plan, you need to have that plan, you need to have the expertise around you, so you know the plan that you're developing actually has a chance of being successful, and those are things that I think that are really important. I guess, Joel, I kind of ask you a question, if it's okay, Mr. Chairman, was the idea of putting together a committee of experts, so to speak, that would be advisory and would have the ability to have some revenue generating capacity based on, and a lot of it I think would be based on the capacity to earn money, to have some autonomy, and have that structure so you could advise the treasurer's office and the legislature and the oversight committee a bit. Do you think that's a doable thing? I mean, you're there with and you've got that background. I don't know whether that would be something that you think the industry would like to get behind.
Joel, you can answer, but I'd say that I think we certainly can improve the oversight structure within the legislation to implement something more similar to that. We've heard that loud and clear that the Finance Committee, Investment Committee is not interested in this role, and we probably need someone in that capacity. So it's important for us to then identify appropriate experts. With that, Mr. Co-Chairman, I think we can hear from Joel as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Treasurer Meyer, I think that the idea of an oversight board or committee is a smart one. The industry frowns on independent directors, if you will, being compensated by the performance of the fund or the assets of the fund. That's not true for management. So I think at a management level, at a staff level, I think it's very appropriate and very smart for there to be economic interests aligned with the performance. However, typically the oversight layer, they don't like to have that tied to performance.
Okay, all right. Yeah, well, I was thinking that just, it would be capped at a level that couldn't get blown out, but enough to put on maybe a paid chairman or a executive director and a one staff person or something. So you'd have some continuity within the structure in that, not necessarily, putting $250,000 in every director's pocket. So, yeah. I think that's how the legislature can make sure that people are doing it for the right reasons and not just trying to gin up profits to put it in their pocket. Yeah. That was maybe a politically incorrect way to say that, but thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Patrick, do you have anything that you'd like to add?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Patrick Fleming, CEO for the Treasurer's Office, members of the committee. No, I'm here for any questions that you might have. I would just like to clarify a couple things. One being, when we were talking about USDC, just so everyone knows, they didn't have cash and T-bills in that, but they have formed agreement with BlackRock to manage that collateral. So this is where I believe that the market is going. You're going to get rid of more of that cowboy mentality, putting it in all kinds of junk, and actually have a professional firm mandating it. I know PIMCO has been they've talked to PIMCO about managing some fund. They're actually looking at doing it. So this is the movement that we've talked about, why that window was so tight to issue before you have all kinds of other people coming in. We are starting to see that right now come to fruition. People are doing it. So the ability to come in and get money will be much more difficult as more professional management comes in. And the last bit, one thing that I was thinking about that I would like to bring to the committee's attention, we talked about T-bills, but one other alternative is not to specify only T-bills, but just call it U.S. government securities, because many times T-notes, T-bonds that roll down into that short-term sector are actually cheaper than bills. So just open it up to all U.S. government securities as opposed to only T-bills. That would be one suggestion I might have if in fact you do reintroduce the bill. And that's all I have unless there's other questions.
Senator Rothfuss would like to respond to that.
Thank you. And Patrick, we had a chat about that, and the biggest concern was the rate of liquidity and contemplating that bonus reserve amount from 100 to 102%, and then tracking that out as necessary reserve if treasuries somehow went negative, and what runway that would effectively give. And with T-bills, it provided a long runway. If we generalized it to U.S. treasuries or United States government issued securities, the concern would potentially be the lifetime on those and the time to liquidity. What are your thoughts there? I think we had this conversation, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the issue that I was talking about was maturity. And so if you had something in a longer maturing instruments, then you're much more liable for that negative rates like we're seeing now. All those low coupons that were issued have a significant discount to par. But if we're talking about securities that are 1 year and under, the same thing as a T-bill. If a T-bill is issued at minus 1%, those T-notes are going to be 1% as well that have rolled down into that 1 year security. So just clarification, what I'm referring to are securities that are less than 1 year in maturity, and they're the same. It would just allow us to purchase something other than T-bills. If in case that this got very, very large, you would have a significant issue. So for instance, you can only buy a certain percentage of a T-bill auction. And so I'm just thinking of all potential issues. If we were like Tether and $75 billion, we might run into those issues where we're actually purchasing a significant amount of an auction. So that would alleviate that concern that you could buy T-notes and old T-bills as well, as long as it was within 1 year.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Chairman, I understand now that you're not as concerned about you're not concerned about changing the maturity substantially, but that aspect of a substantial portion of the purchase. Okay, so changing, would we still want, we explicitly used the phrase T-bills, I believe, treasury bills in the legislation because we knew that included effectively an implied reference for the maturity. If we're going to United States issued securities as the specific language, at that point, we've lost the implication of a maturity. How would we phrase that in such a way that we capture that liquidity timeline also? I mean, what would be a reasonable of less than a year, or what would be the appropriate language there so that we could say United States issued securities and then capture the maturity concept?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd just say, and just to make it easy and clear, because it's not specified on cash, I just say cash and U.S. government securities that mature in less than 1 year, that have a maturity of less than 1 year. And that's standard language in many different IP investment policy statements and so forth, where you have maturities of a security.
Thank you, Patrick. I've noted that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Patrick. Very helpful. Any other thoughts? Nope. All right. We've got the governor's office. Ms. Anderson. Welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Co-Chairman. Can you hear me?
We can.
Great. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Betsy Anderson, and I'm the Deputy Chief of Staff and General Counsel for Governor Gordon. Mr. Hopkinson reached out to our office and said that you would like somebody to come and speak to the governor's reasons for the veto. I think the letter's pretty clear, and you've actually already touched on many of those issues. So I don't know there's a lot I can add, but I'm happy to kind of maybe touch on the couple of things you haven't discussed at this point, if that's what you would like.
Yeah, Ms. Anderson, I do think that would be helpful. I know, I don't think the letter speaks for itself, actually, because what we would like to better understand, and you as the chief legal counsel might be able to help us with that, is more of the, what are the, more specifically, we want to dive into the legal framework issues of the legislation. The capacity issue of the treasurer's office is confusing. We're hearing it from different ends, and it is what it is. But moving forward with the legislation, understanding what it really means to quote unquote study it, and what we might do to adjust it You've heard some testimony from the treasurer's office regarding a couple of points, the external audit, the custody outside of where our funds are traditionally held or invested. And probably the biggest framework change would be the governance, IFC versus some other independent created organization or board. But help us understand better the issues with the legal framework of SF 106. And yeah, go ahead, Mr. Co-Chairman.
Thank you. And Ms. Anderson, just to follow on to that, I think one of the things that I'm particularly interested in hearing from the governor is exactly what we should be addressing to assuage the concerns that he's laid out in the veto letter. And so I think there's some clarity of what his concerns were. And then there is the language in the final paragraph. I vigorously encourage the legislature to include the Wyoming Stable Token Act as an interim study with the intent of bringing a better bill forward, which suggests to me that there is a bill out there, if written appropriately, that he must be looking forward to signing. So the question then is, what does that bill look like that's different from the bill that we have right now? How do we get to a solution to those concerns? During the legislative session, when I raised this legislation with him on a number of occasions, those concerns were not clearly elucidated so that they could be addressed. So I would like to understand better what language would meet his concerns if we're bringing this legislation back. Thank you.
Ms. Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman. So I think I'll go through kind of the steps here, which really kind of summarizes what's in the letter, but does provide some color and maybe help you, Mr. Co-Chairman, with your thoughts about how do we get to a bill that the governor will sign. But before I start, your comments about the legal framework. I would say I'm probably here more in my capacity as Deputy Chief of Staff. I am not a banking attorney. I am not a technology, crypto attorney. So I would not say that I'm here can speak to the legal framework that needs to be put together here. So that's just so you know where my comments are coming from. So, you know, I guess the governor does believe that the treasurer's office has a lot on its plate. And so I do think he wants to be careful not to distract them from the work they're doing. And Treasurer Meyer outlined quite a bit of what's going on in the office and different systems that they're now changing and running parallel. I know they're working on putting together are going back to a lot of different work that was done that they're not, I know, on the in-kind trades and things like that. So I think we know that is critical to the state. And so I think the governor just wants to be careful that we don't take the eye off that ball while we're doing this. And it's not to say that they can't do it, but I think we just need to make sure that we're cognizant of that and we're keeping that in mind. Next would be, and this kind of addresses something that Treasurer Meyer touched on, his comment that.
Miss Anderson, sorry, my mic turned on, turned off. I'm sorry. Mr. Co-Chairman.
Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt. I wanted to ask for some more clarification. If you don't have it today, that's certainly fine. But again, I don't want to be in a position where we bring this legislation forward and then there's another letter that says something like, well, almost there. So let's find out what the there would be. If the governor doesn't have confidence at this point that the treasurer's office is capable of managing this program, I guess there's two possibilities. One is that we would position it with some other office. And if that would be the preference of the governor, who would the alternative implementing agent be, if not the treasurer's office? And if the governor does believe that the treasurer's office is the appropriate location, but that the resources and staffing are insufficient, what actions specifically, what appropriations, what additional staffing would have to be in place for the governor to feel comfortable with the treasurer's capacity to implement this legislation? And would the governor be willing to put in a request for that through the supplemental budget?
Ms. Anderson?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, yeah, you're right. I will need to get back to you on some of that. I will say, we understand from Treasurer Meyer, I've heard from others that they're definitely making steps, and they're it looks like things are on track. So I don't know if how we see that today is going to be the same as how we see that like 3 months from now, right? Because we just need to see that, you know, we know that like next year's actuals on track and that type of stuff. So, but I can certainly have this conversation with the governor about what additional resources he would want to see in his interest in putting that in a supplemental, or if we don't feel like things are on track like they need to be, would it be another agency? And I can certainly get back to you on that.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. And just to clarify, when I was speaking earlier about legal framework, that is literally what I mean. I don't expect anyone in the governor's office to be a technologist, and I actually don't think that having a background in crypto or blockchain or technology is relevant to this legislation, where we're actually just talking about investments and who should manage them, who should oversee them, what should the protocols be. And I read the veto with two very different concerns, one being capacity and one being the statement that Co-Chairman Rothfuss read, which is that come back with a better bill, hopefully. So come back with a better bill. It does not mean, capacity issue. It means come back with a better bill, which means there's a legal framework issue within the bill. And so my question about legal framework is just that. As I think maybe Co-Chairman Rothfuss did a better job getting to the heart of what we're trying to ask you. And so I just wanted to clarify on that really the goal is to walk away with a much better understanding of what could be crafted differently, setting aside the capacity issue, because I think you're right. Even, you know, the treasurer's office has testified on where they're at and where they're headed, but there's a whole universe in front of us that we can't understand exactly what his or whoever's office will look like in the future. What we as a legislative body can do, though, is we can build legislation that is palatable and acceptable by both branches of government and workable by both branches of government. And I think that's probably the more achievable goal. Ms. Anderson, if that helps you to understand what we're looking for.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you for that clarification. So the next item that was suggested in the letter was a concern that stakeholders were not consulted. I mean, I think you can see from this meeting alone that it sounds like that you are getting stakeholders involved, but it was his understanding that the IFC was not consulted. The Investment Funds Committee, which we call the IFC, was not consulted in the preparation or before the introduction of that legislation. And so, but I think it sounds like you're doing that now. Certainly with the testimony of Commissioner Bishop this morning, obviously the Banking Commission sounds like they need to play a role. I'm sure there are a lot of other stakeholders that should be included, but he just receiving that information that the IFC had not been consulted did raise some concerns for him. But like I said, I think that's been is being remedied already. And then the next comment also deals with the IFC, and this is definitely something that Treasurer Meyer, it looks like, has come up with a suggestion, because the concern is the governor is that the IFC was provided certain duties and responsibilities in this program. They are a volunteer committee, and they have already been given additional duties and responsibilities since their original inception. And so it just becomes to a point, how much more do we put on the IFC Many of them are involved with several different boards because they are experts in their field, and the governor really values their opinion, appreciates their hard work, but at some point, how much do you put upon volunteers? And so that was a concern, but obviously Treasurer Meyer has proposed a separate advisory council, and that could easily help recognize and deal with those concerns. So.
Sorry to interrupt, Ms. Anderson, Co-Chairman Office.
Yeah, and Ms. Anderson, I think that one's pretty loud and clear, and it makes good sense. And we actually sent out our concerns and passed along our apologies to the IFC for not involving them more. It was kind of an optional oversight in the beginning, and then I think through the legislative process, we ended up heaping a lot of responsibility on them that is probably beyond their capacity of expertise. So I think the idea of creating a separate entity that has expertise in this specific area makes good sense. So I think that's an easy one, at least for us to check that box. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the next concern, Representative Stiff brought that up. It sounds like a plan is in place and that there was no fiscal note. The governor saw no analysis of implementation costs, expenses, ongoing operational costs. At what point and at what size would the reserves be large enough to be covering all those costs? Why was $500,000? I mean, there was just all these questions about just the feasibility of this, just from a dollars perspective. But Representative Stiff talked about that. It sounds like Treasurer Meyer said, get us what you need and we'll get it to you. And so I think that'd be very helpful, and the analysis. So the next thing
I
that
think that's a universal one that we can check the box on as well. Absolutely.
Mr. Chairman, the next one is actually something that was in the legislation, but I do want to stress the fact that the governor sees it as critical, which is the review by the AG's office for compliance purposes. And so that would be something, I think that language was fine, but we would certainly want to make sure that that is in any new legislation that you put forth. And then the last concern at this point was the imposed deadline of December 31st of this year. I believe the governor, I know the governor felt that this was incredibly aggressive and that it really creates a race to a deadline. And this really can result in hasty decisions that are not properly thought out, properly considered. So I just want to say, as you all know, the governor was the treasurer for 6 years before here. I don't know if you know, but I worked in the treasurer's office for 14 years before I came here. So we know many of the employees that work there. We know they're very smart, thoughtful, conscientious, hardworking people. So I do not want anyone to think that the comment I'm about to make is reflecting on them. But what I would say is that if you require anyone to make rush decisions on a deadline that kind of has this all or nothing approach, that this shall be issued by this date, I just feel like it encourages, I'm sorry, it does not encourage people to be prudent and have well-vetted decisions, and it really can lead to significant problems. This is something new to the treasurer's office and new to the state, and I think the quote from the letter is that we cannot afford to be hasty and slipshod. We've created a great reputation, and that is not something in this world, and we do not want to risk that. So instead of a date, the governor would encourage that you look at some other alternatives, and there may be different ways to look at this. One of the alternatives we discussed is that instead of a date, that you include some list of criteria and requirements that must be satisfied before the token can be issued. And that way, instead of people rushing to a date, they are now working towards ticking off certain requirements and then having the time to make these thoughtful and considerations and thoughtful decisions. And so that was a significant concern for him. So those are the concerns we had at the time the governor signed the veto letter.
Ms.
Um,
Anderson,
Ms. Anderson, Senator Rothfuss.
on the last point, I certainly understand. The other side of it is if it's a list of criteria to check off, it gets us in the position where then we start acting like we don't want to take any risks state, which is kind of typical of how these things tend to go. We've had other engagements with some other agencies, for example, where long periods of time have passed because the list of requested, do this and then do this and then do this have basically been studied for a series of years. So the challenge that we face is actually needing to get this done in a timely way so that it reaches the market meaningfully, as opposed to we spend a lot of time, and I'm sensitive to the amount of time being spent on it, over a series of years to achieve a product that flops because somebody else did it 3 years before, or it's not meeting the interest that we have. At the same time, as we've talked about, and I think you were here for this, there are a series of different puzzle pieces that need to come together to enable all of the things that we're working on here through the select committee and as a state that we've been working on for 5 years now. And this is one of those instruments where if we don't have anything in this place, we can't do payment of taxes or engagement with agencies through cryptographic means. We can't do authoritative smart contract signatures that involve any type of financial instrument because we don't have those in place. So I'm sensitive to the concern about, well, let's not be too fast about it. But the question I would have is, how can we also not be too slow about it? A checklist of 5 items means it's just 5 things to do slowly instead of 1 thing to do slowly if there's no deadline available. How can we do this in that middle ground where the governor's concerns are addressed about making bad choices, while at the same time ensuring that people appreciate that this needs to get done and it needs to get done quickly?
And Ms. Anderson, I'll tack on just a little bit because the work of this committee I find to be very unique compared to the bulk of our standing committees in Wyoming and the bulk of how those standing committees have operated traditionally in Wyoming. And what I mean by that is we spend 90% of our time interfacing in these committee meetings with industry, not with government agencies. And I chair a standing committee, so I know what the opposite looks like, where I spend 90% of my time interacting with my government agencies. And all I mean by that, Ms. Anderson, is that number one, I deeply appreciate your knowledge of your relationship with the previous treasurer's office and the employees and the reality of what pressure does and deadlines do to individuals. However, what I'm trying to say is that this committee is forced to produce legislation at the speed of industry and at the speed of technology, which is evolving very fast, not at the speed of what we would traditionally say is the speed of government. It is a much different speed, and this committee has interacted with that exact problem in the past, where we produce legislation to study ideas, for example, on an API with our Secretary of State's office, and produced, again, a study just continually looking at it from the traditional path of how slow we might move through something to make sure we're checking all the boxes and meeting all the criteria versus how fast the industry and technology was moving around us and missing the boat there as well. And so obviously my question is the same, but I'm trying to impress upon, at least from the standpoint of the committee, and I appreciate the governor's concerns and position, but there's an in-between. There's definitely an in-between because the legislature doesn't have the luxury that the executive branch has in being a full-time governmental entity. We go into session for 20 or 30 days and we do work against a deadline and we do produce legislation. And if we use the logic that we had to vote ideas out within that period of time and there's too much pressure to push legislation through in such a short amount of time, if we use that logic on every bill, then 90% of the bills would have to be vetoed. So government does work under pressure and it has to, in order to stay up with the demands of the private sector. So there's got to be an in-between where we can be cautious and we can be careful so that we can be pragmatic and we can protect consumers and citizens in Wyoming, but that we don't miss the boat when things are moving so fast around us. So how do we marry those two concepts?
Mr. Chairman and Mr. Co-Chairman, that's the conundrum that's in it. I wish I could sit here and say I have an answer. I think I guess what comes to mind to me is accountability. When somebody has to report to somebody else, I think that puts some pressure on them to have something to report, to actually take action and move forward. So I think that, certain in the implementation process of reporting requirements from time to time, reporting in front of you as a committee and reporting to a subcommittee of your group and again, I know you have approvals as to how many meetings you could have, something to that effect. And then I guess I would say resources. Just the RFP process is an example. We do our best to make that go smoothly and go quickly. But I can't think of any executive branch employee who has not had a problem where those things have gone sideways. And so another thing would be a dedicated resource to keep the implementation on track, right? And again, that would would require dollars and appropriation, but having some type of project manager who doesn't have any other responsibilities in the office. Patrick's got lots of responsibilities. He's managing a whole investment team and he's got $25 billion plus that he's responsible for. And to start a new program on top of that is probably a lot of work, but if he could coordinate and work through a project. I'm just throwing out different ideas about ways that maybe you could ensure, but I do know that with having a deadline and a date, and again, making hasty decisions and not being as prudent as thoughtful, that the risk that presented, that we make mistakes and then we have a program that has problems and the governor, to him, that if that risk was so great to risk the reputation that we have created in this country and in the world with our work with the Speedy Banks, that he had significant concerns.
And Miss Anderson, I think we're all tracking on the accountability idea that you raise. The SF-106 did provide that in the IFC. It's just, I think we all agree right now that we trust that it was thrusted on the IFC, I shouldn't say we, through the legislative process, because that was through amendment by another committee, but we agree that concept was to provide accountability through the implementation phase. There really was actually a checkbox series in SF-106 now that I think about it, because that committee, the IFC, was more than just the IFC. It had two representatives. It had a senator on it. It had, I feel like practically every statewide elected official was on it at some point. I'm pretty sure we ended with the auditor on it as well, and the treasurer, and a representative from the governor's office. And the point of that governance, and I think we all need to think through a different governance structure, but the point of that governance is exactly your point, Ms. Anderson, which is to have an entity in place that provides accountability and transparency and those check boxes through the implementation, but also in the long run. And I think the message that I'm hearing, because the bill already did have that, is just that the IFC was playing too predominant of a role in that accountability and implementation process. And that we could find a different structure.
Mr. Chairman, I would say, it is a volunteer group. They're not a full-time group. And to Treasurer Meyer's point, I mean, they are not, some of them I think have some cryptocurrency experience and they're in the investing world. And I think they keep track of this. I don't know how much hands-on experience they have. So, that I just think we have to keep that in mind as to just how much, I just feel like every time we turn around, it's all the IFC can do this and IFC can do that. I think we have to be mindful that they are a volunteer group and we really appreciate all the efforts they do for the state. I will say that.
I think Ms. Anderson, resting the expertise there, even if that, and Treasurer Meyer had alluded to that possibly in his office in general, I think that's wise. When we set up the Chancery Court, the legislature had the same request from our third branch of government, the Supreme Court, that when in building out the Chancery Court, they would want to hire a full-time staff attorney / clerk who had a background and expertise in blockchain. And so the idea was the same, that we were proposing something to our courts that, aside from being a business court, having this technology bend to it, that they wanted to have an expertise in their office. And so I think that's very reasonable. And obviously, as we're treading new ground in government, we may not have those individuals in place. But I think the point to Senator Rothfuss is that having that's going to be the case across multiple government agencies as we want to build greater interface with blockchain technology, whether that's an API through the Secretary of State's office or the ability for our revenue department to collect or receive taxation or revenue through cryptocurrencies. Those expertises are going to have to be present in those offices. But I imagine that's probably true on just about anything you do. So,
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Anderson, go ahead.
I just wanted to finish with, I threw out a couple ideas off the top of my head. I think there could easily be other ideas of how to approach this so that we have this balance between, we need to be quick, but we also need to not have decisions that are based just solely on time. And so if people have other ideas, I want to just say that the governor and/or I would be happy to meet throughout the interim to go through different type of processes or procedures, again, resources that might be necessary, and have those discussions throughout the year, so that, to Co-Chairman Rothfuss's point, that you do have something that the governor's comfortable with and he does not have a problem signing when that's passed.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. We appreciate that. We appreciate that invitation, because that is the goal of the committee. And initially, this topic remained on our interim committee list so that we could have oversight over the token as it was being issued and work through any hiccups as that process evolved, and envisioned a partnership with the entire executive branch that's involved, the treasurer's office and the governor's office as well. And I think that's morphed a little now, where the partnership is in building the legislation that is acceptable and workable by both entities of the executive branch. Sorry, Treasurer Meyer, your hand.
Yeah,
is up.
Mr. Chairman.
You've only been mentioned 100 times, so
100 times, yeah. So I just wanted to let everybody know that in this whole accounting system, we've always had our cash balances balanced between all of our funds. And so there never has been a problem with not knowing, where the cash was and where it should be, and it always was there. So So I'm not going to get into the details, but I feel that we were capable last year to handle this thing, and we're capable now. But I do, the one thing that I would agree on as far as how this should move forward is that I do believe a project manager is which we employ in our rollout of our accounting system. And there's not 5 steps in that project manager sheet. There's probably 100 steps and due dates on different things. And so when you actually get into setting out the project, that's exactly how it should be handled. And that's, how we would handle it, I think, moving forward. And I would have to find out whether our project manager has the capacity to move this type of an operation forward, or the expertise. But project managers, whether you're building a shopping center, or whether you're building an accounting system, or onboarding a new crypto system, I think it's important to have that one individual that has the expertise and then can develop the steps that are necessary. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Chairman.
you, Treasurer. Yeah, no, absolutely. If I could put a crypto blockchain expert in every branch and every agency, then that would be awesome. But so I definitely appreciate where you're coming from, and the, and looking forward as this technology is becoming such a major part of our world and our future banking systems, our future ledger systems, finance systems in general. That's going to become more and more of a necessity. Ms. Anderson, before we break here, I jumped from you to the treasurer.
Joel
I
had
just
his
wanted to
hand
make
up.
sure that- Oh, and Joel, but Ms. Anderson, I just wanted to make sure you didn't have any other comments that you wanted to make.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. No, that was all.
Joel?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just, I wanted to go back to some comments that were made early on. And I think it's important to address this with the committee. And let me just say, I certainly don't want to be the one raining on anyone's parade, but I think it was Treasurer Meyer who said there was some advice given that it is not a build it and they will come sort of project. And I do just want to make sure everyone is aware that Circle, while if you look at the market share or the market cap, there's, seems to be somewhat fragmented, or, sort of 2 major players with Tether and Circle. Tether is almost entirely offshore. Circle is almost entirely onshore. Circle has a dominant market share. We transact in stable coins every day for multiple clients, and it is 100% Circle. We don't even consider using another stable coin, and I think it would take a lot for us to change that. There are a few things said earlier that I just want to add my 2 cents on. One is Circle has not filed for an OCC charter. Ms. Long is correct in that. They have been engaged in discussions with the OCC since last fall, and they are intending to file. And I think they're waiting for a nod from the OCC to formally do so. But there have been multiple public statements made by Circle with their intentions to seek a charter. They also now provide monthly attestations that are audited by Grant Thornton. And these attestations are showing publicly that the reserves are more than adequate to satisfy the claims or the stable tokens outstanding, and they are 100% invested in cash and short-term US Treasuries. So I think that when this topic first came to my attention several months ago, we were in a very different position with what was happening in the stable token market or the stable coin market. I think that's evolved very rapidly. They're now using Circle, that is now using Bank of New York, publicly disclosing that relationship. Other stable token issuers are now starting to set up partnerships with professional managers. I suspect in very short order, we're going to see the likes of PIMCO and others, big institutional money managers, managing portfolios of reserves on behalf of firms like Circle. So I just want to give everyone a realistic sense of where the competitive market set is today, and therefore the opportunity to generate any sort of meaningful market share. Again, I'm very much think this is a great idea, interesting idea, but I just think that the competitive landscape has shifted, and a kind of a reality check here might be wise by everyone involved before time and money is spent. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Perfect. Any questions for the treasurer or Ms. Anderson before we go to break? All right, we will go to break. It's 3:38. We'll come back. We'll just do let's do a quick 5-minute break, 7-minute break. Be back at 3:45. All right, thank you, Emily. Okay, we're back, committee. We're back for those joining us virtually as well. We are finishing up our conversation on stable tokens. We are now on public comment for stable tokens on SF 106 and the future of the Wyoming stable token. I would ask if I have
In the room.
any comment in the room.
We actually do, but I think they're out of the room.
They don't realize that we're
Yep.
no longer on break. What about virtually? And is there any, just curious what I have lined up. Anyone else?
Anyone else?
And that's it. Oh, we can let them both in. And we'll let, sure Representative Stith is ready to go.
We have our commenters in the room again.
Oh, that was quick. Do you have public comment? Oh,
They
please,
do.
come on up.
Come on up.
Yeah. And for my friends that we just let into the room, we're on public comment. I am going to take some comment from the room. So just hang out there and then we'll bounce back and forth between y'all.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, co-chairman, other members. Just have a few introductory remarks. My name is Daniel Adebimpe. I'm a graduate student with a focus in finance, accounting, and computer science. For my day job, I'm an associate with the blockchain and digital assets practice group at Armanino LLP, the 20th largest CPA firm in the US. The blockchain and digital asset community owes you, your staff, colleagues, a debt of gratitude for your careful study with this technology and the willingness to foster innovation in the state. I'm joined here by my colleague, Jeremy Now, director at Armanino, certified public accountant in the state of California, and recognized subject matter expert who has served clients in the space since 2016. Jeremy and I represent a team of over 50 practitioners within our firm who work with some of the largest companies in the public blockchain and crypto economy. One example of our deep work in the space is the largest proof of reserves audit for a crypto exchange to date performed for Kraken in Q1 this year. We share a common interest in this topic as proof of reserves is enshrined in Wyoming's own special purpose depository institution charter, in an area where Armanino has contributed significantly to the development of standards and best practices. Turning now to the topic of the special session, we are excited to participate and add to the legislative record today, specifically to share our expertise gained through performing both advisory and audit services for multiple stablecoin issuers, starting first in 2018. We're here to provide insight and give testimony related to what we have seen, what we believe, in our professional opinion, is important for the continued innovation, but also practical implementation of a Wyoming stablecoin. We hope that our testimony will give the Select Committee additional clarity on the history of stablecoins, the current market drivers, dynamics, stablecoin issuance models, as well as best practices and areas for improvement in existing models. Again, our intent is to supplement the committee's own study of this complex topic and support the committee's knowledgeable decision-making. And without further ado, I'll introduce our director, Jeremy Now.
Thanks, Daniel. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. I feel like I was just going to shout it. No. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Appreciate the opportunity to speak on behalf of the public concern today. We're here to talk about stable coins or crypto dollars as other people call them. They've gone from a niche synthetic dollar instrument used to buy Bitcoin on opaque exchanges overseas to a monetary tool that's captured the attention and eyes of central banks and governments across the world. More than any other governmental institution, Wyoming seems to have recognized this shift, and it's why we're all here today. Daniel and I are honored that we'll have the opportunity to share ideas, concerns, hopes, and ideas related to a state-sponsored Wyoming stablecoin. Like Daniel mentioned, my name is Jeremy Now. I'm a CPA by trade and a director and product manager in Armanino's blockchain practice. We started work in this space in 2014, and since we've worked with names like Nexo, CoinShares, and Greenwich Generation. For the context of today, the most relevant experience will likely be our audit and consulting work for stablecoin issuers currently out there in the marketplace. Before we dive in, I would like to say, I forgot to mention that I actually met Daniel here at the Wyoming Blockchain Stampede Conference 6 months ago. He just came up to me randomly, and 6 months later, he now works for the firm, and we've kind of come full circle and able to testify here today, which is a cool little situation. So thank you for that. It just goes to show that the initiatives that you guys have put together are really having an economic impact and have helped make strides for the space.
And Mr. Co-Chairman, we hope to see you both in Laramie in September.
You'll
September
see us there.
19th, the week, Blockchain Stampede once again.
Yeah, no, that's a terrific story of going full circle with what we're doing in Wyoming. So really appreciate you sharing that.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, thank you guys. We come today here as assurance providers, industry participants, and stablecoin users ourselves. We went through the bill and we wanted to highlight 3 observations from the analysis of the bill. For each, we aim to provide complementary insights that hopefully contribute to the progress of the state stablecoins aspirations. So there's actually been a lot of talk today that I wasn't necessarily expecting about differentiating Wyoming's stablecoin offering from existing marketplace participants. So what we've actually done here is that we've outlined some of those factors that Wyoming might consider as they go to market and try to differentiate. In the marketplace, we've seen this stablecoin market cap in the last 5 years go from 14 million to over 150 billion. That's over 1,000x increase. It's kind of a mind-boggling number. And that's obviously attracted a lot of entrepreneurs who have led to a very hyper-competitive space within the stablecoin industry. And all that hyper-competition is leading to innovation as well. What all these issuers are looking to obtain or acquire is liquidity or obviously usage of their stablecoins. And typically how that manifests is as trading pairs on exchanges or opportunities within DeFi. These are some of the biggest reasons why uptake occurs. Our first observation while reading the Wyoming Stablecoin Token Act is that the context of the bill focused on high-level aspects of launching the token, such as responsibilities, oversight, and timelines. Starting with these priorities certainly makes sense. However, we believe that thinking through some of the key tactical go-to-market strategies could help build confidence and assemble the vision needed to topple any remaining barriers of launch. So based on our years of experience, we've outlined these key competitive factors. Additionally, we've noted the ones with a ribbon for the ones that we believe the market incumbents, the leaders, are currently executing upon. Just to go through a couple of these, for an example, easy on-ramps or easy fiat on-ramps. If any of you guys have a Coinbase account and ever tried to acquire USDC, it is just with a click of a button. It's completely changed the game compared to having to send a $35 wire to a company that you're not that familiar with and taking days to acquire the tokens. Made a huge difference. Another key factor is the interest or incentive opportunities related to that stablecoin or stable token. The most poignant example is actually UST, the one that blew up recently. But the point is that a 19.5% yield opportunity on a protocol called Anchor was a huge reason why it was able to grow to $0 to $20 billion in market cap within 2 years. The point is that, look, yeah, that's true. Yes, but the key takeaway in that case is that the capital and liquidity, they'll pursue the market opportunities, especially related to interest. And another example of this is the first mover advantage. I think none of us can deny that Tether, even with all the legal or collateral considerations or questions, have built a behemoth of over, I think, probably 70 billion, maybe a little bit less, due to market conditions recently. But they're huge. They're the number one stable coin currently by market cap, and that's largely due to them being the initial innovators and having that first mover advantage. So what we've done is that we've tried to also note which factors that Wyoming might have an advantage with. We've noted those with the Wyoming state flag in the corner of a few of those different tiles you'll see there on the slide. One of those is trust and reputation. I think we've alluded to the fact that there's oftentimes in the space, trust is not the foray or the forte of some of these stablecoin issuers, and a state-sponsored stablecoin could be a welcome and trusted alternative in the space. Additionally, as a state, I think Wyoming has a very unique position that has actually made this project very high profile within this space. You hear about it all the time. And I think opportunistic industry participants would be very inclined to contribute if we're presented with the opportunity. I did want to, there's a few extra slides there, slides 3 and 4 that I'm gonna not go over today, but they talk about different models. I want to, in the interest of time of other public commenters, maybe we can go over it at a later time, but I did want to at least mention the fact that there are these competitive factors that they can be used in the calculus as you guys go to market. The second observation wanted to go over was to help potentially talk through a little bit about Governor Gordon's concern, or actually, excuse me, before I dive into the next concern, is there any questions from the chairman or committee at this point?
No, you're doing great.
All right, awesome, thank you.
I should particularly note that I like the use of the monarch of the plains also on our flag, but just in general, I think that was a good.
Thank you. I'll note that next time. I'm sorry about that. I'll get that on there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next, we had another observation within the veto that we've talked about extensively. Governor Gordon mentions that perhaps there wasn't enough time to provide a basic fiscal note for the accounting services, blockchain vendor services, or other expenses. And additionally, as context before we get to the punchline, is that the Treasury has the powers to retain accountants, consultants, enter into contracts with financial institutions, et cetera. So our observation after reading the bill is that the bill mentions stablecoin project contributors in general. However, all or even most executional roles of the stablecoin stack that we've seen in the wild are not necessarily well documented within the bill. In our opinion, understanding this stablecoin stack in more detail could help the Treasury understand what services to engage for, provide context for a budget, and enable better estimation of timing for the project. Additionally, understanding the stablecoin stack will help the investment funds and oversight committees execute their duties with more context. Therefore, we have provided a general lay of the land, as you'll see on the slide here, of the different roles that we typically see within a stablecoin issuer. Sometimes, it might seem like just employing launching a smart contract with a user interface and a banking portal, but it actually is a lot more than that. Oftentimes we see stablecoin issuers underestimating the technical items adjacent to just the smart contract development, such as the minting and burning processes, the banking integrations, or the KYC and compliance integrations and portals that are typically required as part of a stablecoin operation. What's a unique nuance with this, the roles of this stablecoin stack is they often overlap with digital asset exchanges. If you think about stablecoin issuers and digital asset exchanges, they both need banking partners, they need legal and compliance teams, they need developers, technically. And I believe that's why we've seen exchanges be so closely linked to many of the existing stablecoin projects out there today because of this common infrastructure. For instance, Coinbase and USDC are very closely linked. Tether and Bitfinex closely linked. Itbit and Paxos, Gemini and Gemini USD. There's so many examples of stablecoin issuers and digital asset exchanges having very close relationships. And I believe it's because this infrastructure is very common. Additionally, leveraging exchange partnerships can help seed liquidity because these trading or these digital asset exchanges can create trading pairs on their own platforms that can spawn usage of the stablecoins. You'll see 10 different roles up here. Most of them can be outsourced from what we've seen, which is nice. But typically the attestation functions, I don't think they necessarily can. For instance, you need independent auditors to look at the reserves, or maybe independent smart contract auditors to make sure that your smart contracts are developed and deployed as you would expect. But I'm happy to say that out of the box, stablecoin providers are becoming more popular. 3 out of the top stablecoins do have an element of a manager or a very closely related party that helps manage operations. The largest being BUSD, working very closely with Paxos, Paxos Trust, et cetera. Additionally, as Wyoming goes through their process, they certainly could reduce the time the cost of the build out by partnering with a digital asset service provider in some contexts. Additionally, I think Wyoming's in a great position, as for reasons mentioned before, to partner with a digital asset exchange or a bank because of the willingness of these industry participants to want to get involved with this very interesting project. Ultimately, we hope that our outline here will help the Treasury and appropriate committees scope the required roles needed to issue a stablecoin, and whether these roles be outsourced, insourced, or a combination of both. We think that hopefully that this identification and scoping process can help identify the roles needed to compile a fiscal note, to create timing milestones, and facilitate better oversight by the relevant committees. That was our second observation. Any comments or questions on that thus far?
Representative Stith.
Mr. Chairman, and this may relate to something you spoke about in the prior slides about the easy on-ramp. What could or should Wyoming do if it issues a stable token? What could or should it do so that it's just not dormant or stillborn? Because if it's a stable coin that sort of exists, but you can't ever click anywhere to get one or use it, then it may not ever penetrate the market.
Yep, Representative Stith, I appreciate the question. Certainly different ways of going about it, different ideas. One of those is ensuring you have the relationships with the exchanges to make sure that you can get your token listed in part of the trading pairs, right? To basically drive usage for trades is one way to go about it. There's also opportunities in DeFi as that space matures. Compound Treasury, they actually just got a credit rating, but there's an opportunity to potentially talk to DeFi protocols and ask them if they would create interest-bearing opportunities to help have basically users or depositors of the Wyoming stablecoin could earn interest by holding it by using these protocols. But that is one of the challenges, right? Is getting that liquidity and being able to do that better than some of the market incumbents, right? To penetrate can be a challenge. But yeah, hopefully that helps provide some context. Mr. Chairman, any other questions or comments so far?
Not at this time.
Awesome. We'll get to the last observation. The last observation relates to the current proposed account structure and redeemability characteristics noted in the bill. There's been best practices that have emerged from competition between marketplace participants over the last years, specifically stablecoin issuers. Before we dive into the context of the account structure and redeemability, we wanted to share a little bit of the context of the assurance history related to these stablecoin providers. You'll see this actually on the slide here. Tether, while being the first fiat-backed mover, there was actually stablecoin attempts before that were using a couple different mechanisms. Nubits was backed by a BTS token that ultimately the underlying collateral lost value and there was more liabilities or stablecoins issued than assets backing that token, ultimately failed. BitShares, or Nubits, excuse me, or I think it's BitShares, apologies. They were a seniorage algorithmic stablecoin, much like UST, and they shared a similar fate. But the point is that these failures highlighted the need to have a stablecoin that was actually backed by US dollars. So that granted the opportunity to Tether. They created this first tokenized asset. Tokenized dollars were the first tokenized asset. But of course, the questions started to come out quickly. How does anyone know that this thing is fully backed by dollars held in reserve? So naturally, the needs for accountants emerged. The first report was actually issued by Friedman for Tether about 5 years ago in 2017. Unfortunately, Tether did not stick to getting those at a specified cadence, but it did open the door for other stablecoin issuers to think, oh, wow, here's an opportunity to gain trust within the marketplace by getting assurance. So a smaller issuer at the time, TrueUSD, engaged another accounting firm, Cohen and Company. And they actually had two innovations when compared to the Friedman report. They provided an examination opinion, which is the highest standard of assurance that an auditor can give to a specific subject matter, such as a stablecoin. And they started to create this standard, which was the monthly cadence of these reports. That happened in 2018. This is still actually the industry baseline that's followed by most of the biggest players today in the space, such as Paxos, Gemini USD, USDC, Binance USD, et cetera. You'll see on the timeline, there's a couple other entries, and we'll get to those later, some recent innovations. But I did want to highlight that oftentimes this is what the baseline of the trusted participants are doing today. And I believe Tether currently is getting quarterly reports from I believe it was More Cayman. I'm not sure who the current provider is now. But in addition to just the type of examination opinion and the cadence of reports, the audit reports started to add specific clauses that were included to start to build trust within the marketplace. These best practices included creating segregated accounts for operating and reserve funds, creating a separate, maybe a trust account that would protect from liens or other encumbrances from the issuer, and then also providing $1 in redemption. As we looked at the bill, we saw that it didn't necessarily adopt these industry emergent standards, and we were thinking that it perhaps could affect the perception and the confidence in the underlying stablecoin. Specifically, the clause, or I'll start with a few series of clauses to help prove this point. The first clause is all funds deposited to the account from any source shall be held in trust to support redemption of a Wyoming stable token, except that funds in the account shall be available to satisfy other obligations placed in this account. This is not what the other top issuers are doing. They're creating segregated reserve funds or reserve accounts held on behalf of token holders. And I believe this might emerge as the industry standard, as this was also mentioned in the Lummis bill. And it states, and I'm paraphrasing, that it says, assets shall be held in a manner that ensures segregation of assets. Concern could be exacerbated by the fact that the current version of the bill also states that principal is not guaranteed beyond the notional value of the Wyoming stablecoin token account, which could be less than par if treasuries are negative or the total account value is less than the total supply of tokens. More succinctly, I believe the concern from external parties would be that the operational costs for management of the token could drive the value of the reserve account less than par, especially without a clear fiscal note. Our opinion is that this set of factum circumstances could put the Wyoming stable token at a competitive disadvantage when compared to other stablecoins who have stronger assurances that their token liabilities will be redeemable for $1.
Please, Senator.
So the key there, and we had a lot of discussion about this, I appreciate the clauses that specifically cause problems. I think we can shore that up. But if anybody is guaranteeing that under all circumstances, they can give you $1 for the dollar, as opposed to some portion of what they actually have as assets, doesn't that just seem like it's kind of a lie? I mean, if
Like impossible to guarantee.
Yeah, right. I mean, and that was what we struggled with and why we wrote it the way we wrote it, because, and I think we can correct for the two concerns you have with those clauses are great. I think we clean that right up. But the idea that we can Well, we could either put the full faith and credit of the state of Wyoming behind this,
Hmm.
which we don't want to do, right? And nobody else is doing that either, where they're going to go out and find money, right? If I've only got 90% of the assets, there's no stable token out there that's going to say, well, we're very sorry, we're going to collectively, this team is going to get together, we're going to find the other 10% and we won't rest until we do. So I guess the question is, how would you suggest we phrase that? And why would you believe anyone who said anything other than, we're going to give you the portional representation of the assets that we have, but we will be audited at all times and we're going to do our very best to provide assurances, we'll have those. But who out there is providing truly a better assurance than that they're going to go hunt down additional dollars and raise new funds so that they can pay back lost assets if they actually do go negative?
Mr. Chairman, that's a great point. I think the main concern that I think maybe the public would have is the fact that the operational and the reserve funds could be commingled. And then if the operational expenses or expenditures would be eating into the reserve account. I think that's the main thing. Like you said, though, let's say a stable coin's holding treasuries and treasuries blow up and you can't be liquid. Like, what are you going to do? I don't know. You can't, what can be guaranteed in this world? Not sure. But I think it's that segmentation, I think, would go a long way in alleviating some of those concerns.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you. I think we can definitely shore up the commingling aspect and make sure that the reserve isn't untouched. And then even the 2% bump aside is also untouched. If you draw it upon, we can restructure that. I appreciate that comment.
Yeah, typically, or Mr. Chairman, excuse me, typically how we see it is that there will be a reserve account and of course you have to pay for operations. You might sweep, interest or profits on top of those reserves to a separate account to keep them segregated, right? But to have the reserve still kind of untouched. Thank you. Excellent. So kind of in conclusion for this, or not in conclusion, sorry. In our opinion, the proposed account setup and potential for redeeming under par may be a step back compared to the innovation we're seeing in this area firsthand as stablecoin assurance providers. Consumer assurances and transparency have been proven to be a differentiator for some issuers as they contribute to consumer confidence and trust. So we'd actually like to highlight an example to demonstrate what's possible in this new competitive area of transparency. So Daniel, if you wouldn't mind we're going to share a bit of a case study. And this is some stuff that we're doing at Armanino as an accounting firm, being pushed by innovation of the space. We're getting pushed to innovate as accountants and auditors. And I don't know who would have thought that would have happened, but there's definitely some strides being made in assurance, and stablecoin issuers are a big reason for that. A little bit of context here is that Armanino has been the attestation provider for a stablecoin issuer known as TrueUSD. They are the 4th largest fiat-backed stablecoin today, with assets under management of over $1 billion, probably about 1.1 or 1.2 today. Trust token mints on 4 different blockchains with the intention of being backed 1-for-1 with assets. They were actually the first stablecoin issuer to get the periodic audits every 30 days because they wanted to be the most trusted stablecoin provider out there. But as that basically became the standard, they were looking for additional ways of sticking out as the most trusted provider in the space. So to service this need, Armanino actually built a real-time attestation platform geared toward providing attestation services for stablecoins and other asset-backed tokens. We call it Trust Explorer. How it works is that we'll connect into, or we'll run all the different blockchains that the stablecoin is issued on. You'll see Ethereum, Tron, Avalanche. We'll run those 4 different blockchain nodes in our infrastructure and query them every 30 seconds for the token balances of TrueUSD. Then at the same time, what we'll do is we'll connect into via API to their 5 different banking partners and pull those balances via API every 30 seconds as well. We'll aggregate them on a public-facing dashboard. Then we'll have a reporting layer where we issue real-time attestations, or as frequently as every 30 seconds, for real-time reporting, an ATC 205 examination opinion, the same standard, the same industry standard that all other stablecoin issuers are receiving, like USDC, BUSD, et cetera. We've created 7 more dashboards with a current asset under a test figure north of 10 billion, we actually can apply this methodology not just for stable coins, but for other asset-backed tokens like carbon credit-backed tokens, or gold-backed tokens. Basically, any time there's an opportunity to be the link between the digital representation of a token and a real-world asset, oftentimes there needs to be a trusted intermediary to provide that information that they match. So I actually think that's where auditors and accountants are that's going to be their roles in the future, almost acting as an oracle going forward. We are currently the only accounting firm providing opinions in real time 205 opinions, but other firms are catching on and providing similar stablecoin information in real time, such as Cohen & Company with their Stable Insights dashboards. And we know others are looking to build similar real-time products that are enabled by the high availability of blockchain data. So
Senator Nethercutt, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Really helpful information. You just to touch on the testimony you just provided that you are providing opinions, which I think is important for turning this into legitimate commercial enterprises. Are you able to have professional insurance coverage for those types of opinions? And if so, what companies are providing them?
I don't want to speak out of turn because I'm a director, not the quality assurance folks at our firm, but I can certainly get an answer for you and provide that. I know we are a CPA firm, top 20 US accounting firm. So I'm sure they have some, I don't know the details. I'll be honest, I don't want to speak out of turn, but can certainly provide more information for you.
Representative Stitt.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know if this comment's useful, but I just want to ask the presenter, does it seem ironic that blockchain, the whole purpose of which is to be self-authenticating and to get rid of accountants, essentially, to get rid of the human beings, actually is now even more dependent upon accountants and someone to verify the trustworthiness of the data?
It is, Representative Stitt, it is kind of ironic. As I see our profession evolving, like I mentioned, I think I don't know how else you're going to be able to verify something in the real world is tokenized accurately. I almost see our competition in the future of maybe being sensors or other ways of aggregating data in trustworthy ways compared to we can do it right now, but technologies will get better in the future. But it is ironic. I will acknowledge that for sure.
Turns out it's not just the AI that can lift fries out of the basket and move them around. We're all at risk, even in the legal field with, Daza's work and lexicon. So it's all pretty real. Go ahead.
Awesome. Thank you, Chairman. There was one additional point that I wanted to mention that after about 2 years, we realized that this real-time attested to information could be used for even more than just public reporting. What we could do is we could provide this information to what's called a Oracle network. If you guys are familiar with Chainlink, we can provide that information to Chainlink and they can beam this information back onto the blockchain to be used in minting, insurance, or other control type smart contracts on chain. In the coming weeks, we'll actually be launching this real-time reserve info back on chain to be used as an input to TrueUSD's smart contract. So what that means is that TrueUSD's minting ability will actually be controlled by the amount of reserves attested to by our auditor. They won't be able to mint more tokens unless there's adequate reserves as beamed back on chain by Chainlink coming from us as the audited data provider. They've named this feature MintLock. Check it out. But in summation, I want to state that stablecoins must be trusted by the public to gain market share. And while I don't think recent innovations like real-time attestations or MintLock are a prerequisite for issuing a stablecoin, I do believe that Wyoming should certainly consider methods to engender trust in its go-to-market strategy. In our opinion, those slight tweaks to the account structure and guarantees for dollar redemptions would both be key factors to ensure that the Wyoming stablecoin is competitive with current marketplace participants. Additionally, real-time attestations and MintLock could both double as the independent audit function and monitoring function as noted in the current version of the bill. Thank you so much. I'd like to pass it to Daniel just for a few, we cut that, sorry. Thank you so much. That'll be it from our side, but thank you for the opportunity for chatting today, and be happy to answer any questions that you all might have.
Any additional questions, committee co-chairman?
Well, with with the experience that you have, and again, being a top accounting firm, one of the pieces of testimony you heard earlier and a justification for the veto of the legislation really was uncertainty and a belief that it was kind of a hasty decision and that there wasn't enough research and work out there to kind of make choices in this space. It sounds to me like there's a tremendous amount of expertise if we reach out and engage stakeholders that are expert in this area, such as yourself. So the question is, do you feel, based on what you've seen, that we're at a point where we could put forward a product that would meet the criteria that we're looking for, again, if we evaluate and take into consideration best practices, or would you feel that we're still at a point where these products are too risky for an entity like the state to take on?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the question. From an attest function, there is certainly a good amount of stablecoin attest or audit providers out there, and they would, I don't think they would have any issue kind of with the model that you've set out. There is just those kind of unique considerations, the small little tweaks, but generally the reserve backing seems to make a lot of sense. My initial area of concern would potentially be fleshing out the, are you going to use a service provider to manage the token, the technical sides of that, like the minting, the burning, who's going to hold the keys, the private keys, kind of fleshing out some of those, and if that's going to be handled by a service provider or if that'll be done in-house. But if that were fleshed out, I certainly think it could be attainable.
Hearing your testimony and seeing, what, just kind of building off of the comments from the co-chairman, the expertise that really is out there on this topic. And earlier when the treasurer was testifying about an external audit, and I mentioned an accounting firm in Wyoming had messaged me, and we have this accounting firm here and sitting in front of us now that has this expertise built here. But I think this is part of the magic of, honestly, these legislative committee meetings is not just discussion of policy, but really putting the light on what is actually already there and what's already happening. And unfortunately, I think particularly in this sphere, Wyoming at times still continues to find itself on the island, not realizing what is really going on, not just outside of our state, but in our state. I mean, I myself am guilty of that, because when the firm owner, texted me about that, I didn't even know about that firm. And I've learned when companies move into my district, blockchain companies, and I've learned they're already there, and I feel kind of guilty. But the reality is that you guys are, I think everything in this sphere is moving so fast, and even though Wyoming has been at the forefront of this, it's still moving really fast around us, and we're not catching all of it. So really appreciate you coming to Wyoming, taking the time to put together this presentation and shedding some more light, not only for us as legislators, but for the public and for our other branches of government. Particularly the legislative branch is probably is definitely more immersed in blockchain and what's happening over the last 6 years versus our other branches of government. And I think for those that take the time to tune in and really see where we're headed with it, but where we're evolving, I think there's a lot to learn from that. Absolutely. So your presentation is very helpful. Mr. Co-Chairman.
Thank you. And one other area that we talked a little bit about earlier, but I don't know that this comes up, and it probably should come up with regard to stable tokens and stable coins. We always assume that, for example, cash in reserve or a bank backing something, that these assets mean you actually have liquid single dollars available to you. And I'm sure that's a big part of the attestation is, yes, these are certain categories of asset that we consider to be there. But when a run starts, what happens, right? When somebody feels like, all right, we need to get all $50 billion out of this tomorrow, those are dollars in an antiquated financial system that accounting entities trust as being dollars, but they've been loaned out,
Yeah. Well,
right?
You don't have dollars, you have an IOU.
You've got an IOU from a bank.
Yes.
And we trust that as being a real thing.
Yep.
We're moving beyond that, right? This is true liquidity that we talk about now. What's my runtime? And we had a lot of conversation about that with this Wyoming Stable Token Act. Is we'll have the sort of transient liquidity of, all right, well, we've got some draws and we need to have some cash available. But a big part of the planning when we discussed the Wyoming Stable Token was the idea of, all right, let's say that treasuries do go negative. What's our draw time going to be to cash out everyone and to pay them everything, which is why the language that you have concerns about is written the way it was, but we can do a lot better. So I agree with the concerns there. Is that something that is part of the discussion? Are you looking at that true liquidity and drawdown and what happens if there is a run on a stable token? Because the first 1% of any stable token is probably pretty damn stable. But the question is, how much further can I go and it still acts like a stable token? And who is auditing to that? And what are the standards going to be to that so that you have fundamental liquidity, even if that's over, we calculated, I think we were contemplating weeks that it might take unless you wanted a penalty, but that it would truly be liquid as long as you contemplate 6 weeks or whatever is being liquid, right? You'll get your dollars back. But I think that matters. So how is that being managed? And is that a conversation that you're having?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chairman. It's certainly an interesting question as I think about it too, if like the layers of the financial system, how can you be liquid or guaranteed liquidity unless like you literally have a reserve account at the Fed and sitting there with adequate reserves? So then you start to think, okay, well, if that's not what you have, these stablecoin issuers, they have different layers on top. Okay, you have a bank account or what have you. And if you need to sell them all at once, what happens? Typically in the attestations provided today, there isn't necessarily that analysis provided saying, oh, if we sold 50% of our reserves, how much actual money could we get from this? Nor are they typically including assessments of the underlying banking institutions, assessing their liquidity and whatnot. We typically rely on kind of the banking regulation kind of in place to provide assurances over that. But as a student of financial systems and the layers within it, it's certainly something that I've thought about, and there could be a place there to do something better as far as more assessments, liquidity assessments, all those different things, and making those public to token holders.
Mr. Kaufman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the presentation. I'm just curious. I know this is maybe a little off topic from what you were talking about, but you heard a lot of the comments from Treasurer's Office and others. Obviously, you guys are spending a lot of time thinking about this. I'm curious on your thoughts of what the reception of the market would be from a state issued stable token. Just from your observations as opposed to those, corporate actors out there.
Thank you for the question. There's definitely a lot of interest already in the marketplace just because there's been this reputation built by Wyoming. I mean, with all of the folks in this room, with Senator Lummis, Keelan Long's done a great job of building up this reputation for the state. And I think there would be a lot of initial attraction, or at least take a look at it, right? As far as usage, industry participants being interested in, leveraging them or using them on their platforms, holding the token. My concern would be how long does that novelty factor last? And could it last longer than that if there's no token pairings or high DeFi yields or other incentive mechanisms to make sure that the usage still remains competitive versus the other options out there? Awesome. Well, Mr. Chairman, committee, thank you so much for the time today. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Thank you. Emily, I can't see our other participants. They're not, we don't have any hands raised, right? For some reason, I can't see my Maybe it's just because of the presentation mode. But I'm just asking about our other committee members. I can't see them. That's all. I just wanted to make sure Joel and Caitlin, you didn't have any questions for our commenters. Okay. Since I infamously keep missing Joel, it's actually where you're, Joel, it's where you're positioned on the screen. There's a light above you, and when you get to the top of the screen, you're blurred out for me. So I'm sorry. Come on up.
So my name is. All right, thank you to the committee for the opportunity to be able to speak today. For those of you who don't know me or those online, my name is John Bugnacki. I'm the Associate General Counsel and Policy Director for Tassin Inc., a Wyoming headquartered and based blockchain software developer and consulting company. And I wanted to take the opportunity and also a member of the Wyoming State Bar. So thank you, Wyoming, for giving me the opportunity to do that, of course. Oh, glad to be here. And particularly in this
John, a real fun note about this committee is that over its existence, even when it was a task force, it's always been dominated by lawyers as opposed to technologists. So yeah.
Do we have to pay you hourly if you clap?
Yep. So it is a committee of lawyers. So you're in good company.
Oh,
Or we're in good company with you. Go ahead.
It's good to know in here. As many of you know, our main product that we're building out is a hybrid decentralized exchange. And then as well, we also have a consulting service working with various projects who are looking to launch their own token fundraising strategy, helping to create their tokenomics, their flow of funds, their relationship with exchanges, their marketing strategy, et cetera. So the general background of this is that during the initial legislative consideration of the Wyoming Stable Token Act, our CEO, Jay Yang, who unfortunately could not be here with us today, even though he really wanted to come, spoke in favor of this before the Wyoming House Appropriations Committee, citing the various advantages. For instance, in our own case, that there are many concerns with stable tokens, whether they're actually backed sufficiently, there's sort of reputational risk and whatnot. And our CEO, Jay Yang, said that 100%, we as a Wyoming company, even going beyond that, we would love to use that just for assurance for our own business practices, conducting large internal transactions. And then as well, he also testified that there is this large, there would be this large interest in the Wyoming stable token, both from, as previous people who testified had said, that Wyoming has this incredible reputation at being at the forefront of digital assets, blockchain, crypto regulation, and that this would continue that in addition to the underlying value of having something that actually has, is being issued by a state itself rather than a private company, which, as we've seen in recent days, can have very perverse incentives, correct? As that went through, we saw that the Wyoming stable token was fairly overwhelmingly supported, and then many of the potential issues that were raised during some of these committee meetings during the legislative process were adequately addressed, and that this was vetoed by the governor. So given that our CEO had been such a public advocate of this, we then arranged a meeting with the governor to be able to discuss this, which was, and thank you, facilitated by Representative Western. And what we saw is that the governor and his staff are really enthusiastic about this, really enthusiastic about the blockchain industry, and continue, and as other states seek to sort of ape or copy Wyoming's laws and status, to be able to keep moving forward on this relevant issue. And the central issue, as was noted in the letter, was that he had sent out explaining his rationale for vetoing this bill, was that there wasn't sufficient expertise on the part of the Treasurer's office. So following up on this, in our conversation with the governor, we then, my colleague Greg Thomas and I then met with Kurt Meyer within the last month or so. And seeing as we are a Wyoming-based business and we're very dedicated to seeing Wyoming succeed and continue to lead within digital assets and crypto and blockchain, we then discussed if there was any way that we could help out with this. And so right now, myself and some other members of our company, including our CEO, Jay Yang, our smart contracts engineers, experts in many of the areas in which it would be needed to be able to have a stable token succeed, are preparing a sort of outline or plan as to how the Treasurer's Office to assist the Treasurer and how to actually perform this. And I will note on the record that discussing with Treasurer Meyer the basic outlines of what is needed to have a stable token succeed, that he had really already considered with his staff a lot of the relevant issues regarding the treasury management, the flow of funds and custody. And it's my opinion that the treasurer, supplemented perhaps by some additional resources, most definitely has the capacity, the interest and the expertise and the motivation to be able to execute upon this effectively. And so moving forward, if there's any way that we can contribute to that, Treasurer Meyer has been very receptive to that. And we're looking to move forward on that, really to, as sort of public citizens, to be able to help encourage and finalize the implementation of this. One other thing that I will, and we are in sort of a unique position to be able to do so, given the fact that we're designing this revolutionary exchange that's mostly decentralized finance combined with centralized order matching. And as well, we've advised a number of these other tech companies and projects on their token issuance process, really from the beginning to the very end as well. One additional thing that I think has come up and is important and is a very relevant concern that was brought up by the previous people giving testimony, and then Mr. Revel, is, well, what is the sort of market interest in this? And so I was talking with Chairman Olson on one of the breaks, and he was sort of referenced our conversation that recently I was at Consensus in Austin, Texas, and then I was also at the DC Blockchain Summit hosted by the Digital Chamber of Commerce. And at both of those, talking to them, one about Wyoming. I mean, Wyoming definitely has a brand within digital assets and crypto and blockchain. And we actually were talking to a number of people that when we described really what Wyoming is doing, and they following up on their conception of what Wyoming is doing, are actively considering moving to the state, and not only moving here in some sort of a domiciling capacity, but actually bringing real jobs, economic production and creation, really following up on all the hard work that all the committee members have done to this point. So Wyoming, by having its own stable token, I think that not only would it be able to follow up on the concerns about the relevant transparency that have come up in recent days and recent weeks, but also that it would have a decent brand recognition within the crypto and digital asset space. And number three, and what I think is probably most important, is to demonstrate that Wyoming is continuing to lead in this sphere, right? That we've seen some of the landmark legislation proposed by this committee and then passed by the legislature, including the speedy laws, the Dow LLC law, and various other aspects of legislation, and they're being sort of copied, by other states in order to sort of usurp Wyoming's first mover advantage. So a third potential benefit of doing this is demonstrating that Wyoming is continuing to really be at the forefront. And if it were the first state to be able to do so, that would not only have potential, revenue and potential economic advantages in terms of the exploitation of the transactions regarding the token itself, but helping to say that to all these businesses, wow, Wyoming really is the place to be. Wyoming is continuing to lead, and that would attract additional businesses like ourselves to the state. I mean, for instance, our business doesn't necessarily rely on, at the current moment, the Dow LLC law or the Speedy law. However, our CEO, Jay Yang, recognized that, well, Wyoming is really dedicated toward this. It really is at the frontier of this incredible burgeoning industry. And so I think that that's a third huge advantage. And that based on my relationships with several promising either emerging or existing companies, that would be a huge benefit of the Wyoming stable token. And with that, I will conclude my testimony. If you have any questions, please feel free. Thank you.
Co-chairman.
Thank you. And, I think you've been involved, John, in some of these conversations, just in speculation of use cases for a Wyoming stable token. And one of them, and I'd ask if this is meaningful or helps your workflow. You do pay property tax and you probably pay sales tax, and you have certain interactions with government agencies in the state. Would it be of benefit to you to be able to engage in all those transactions through cryptocurrency transactions on the blockchain, as opposed to having to fill out the paperwork? Is that something that is meaningful to a Wyoming business that's engaged in this space?
Oh, I would say most definitely. And one of the potential advantages, as you bring up, Chairman Rothfuss, is that this would be a great way to be able to get average Wyoming citizens into the blockchain ecosystem. Now, many people ask, who are sort of new to blockchain, well, isn't the point that you buy Bitcoin and then it goes up or something, some sort of speculative asset? However, in terms of its speed and transparency and accountability, that's the real value of blockchain, not just pure monetary speculation. And insofar as we are able to help more Wyoming residents and businesses like ourselves to be able to get into that, that would be a huge benefit, something that I would be interested in, my company would be interested in, and I think the rest of the citizens of Wyoming as a whole.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, follow up. When I bought this coffee, I paid electronically, and the merchant paid, let's say, 2.5% to 3% of the value of this transaction. Went to a very slow, antiquated transaction that seemed instantaneous, but at the end of the day, it's not. With a volatile cryptocurrency, the value of, they go up and down by more than the value of the coffee in a couple
Correct,
of hours
yeah.
in some circumstances. But engaging with stable tokens, if it's $1 at the beginning of my transaction and it's $1 at the end of my transaction, then maybe I can pay $3.50 for. Probably paid $4. Who knows what I paid for that? And we're talking fractions of a percent of potential transaction fees. So as you're building out, I know that you've got API exchanges, you've got a lot of work in the space of the transaction between cryptocurrency types and other use cases. Is that something that, again, you see a Wyoming stable token as potentially empowering that build out and providing value to the marketplace just for having an easy currency of exchange?
Yes, definitely. I'd say 100% on that. Another thing to note vis-a-vis Mr. Revel's testimony is that, of course, I actually know quite a few people at Circle. When I was first getting my professional career started, when I graduated from undergrad, when he was working for an international insurance and risk company, I actually co-authored quite a few articles on international economics with their current Circle's current head of policy, Dante Disparte. So he's a good contact of mine. However, I would say that really, market conditions can change. And I would also cite Senator Nethercott's testimony that she provided in regard to during the House Appropriations Committee, is that really we anticipate, particularly with the plan that we're working on to be able to help inform the treasurer, that this really wouldn't cost that much, and that if it works, then it will work. And if it doesn't work, the potential disadvantage is quite limited. However, I think that that's strictly for the monetary sort of piece. I think in terms of the reputational piece and the optics piece, it has really nothing but a positive gain.
John, what excites me about the coffee example is the next level as it interfaces with the state of Wyoming. So if Senator Rothfuss purchases his coffee with Wyoming stable tokens, as an example, the coffee vendor, the local, possibly mom and pop Wyoming coffee shop, has to remit sales tax to the state of Wyoming. And it has to do that through a form over a period of time. And with using whatever, cryptocurrency in general, you referenced that it's more than just an investment vehicle. And that's the excitement for me, is that mom and pop shop could remit sales tax to the state of Wyoming literally instantaneously as part of the transaction, and not have to deal with a subsequent form and accounting process to pay the state of Wyoming. And why the state of Wyoming wouldn't be chomping at the bit to take that opportunity to have its money today rather than tomorrow. And I'm sure we'll eventually get there, but is that part of the future of what a stable coin could provide in Wyoming?
Oh, yeah, I definitely think so. I think that's very well put. And I think the entire stable token process, similar to many new revolutionary things, it just needs some, kind of rough hashing out in terms of like aligning all the various stakeholders within the state. But at least based on my personal conversations with the various stakeholders, both in the governor's office and the treasury and on the committee here, I think that there's, broad alignment. And I think that ultimately this bill, in my hope and in my expectation, that it will be passed and the Wyoming stable token will be, a broad success, both in terms of the potential economics of it, but also in terms of really, and this is what I think is really key, is the marketing and optics of the state, and encouraging further businesses to be able to be based here. I mean, as citing our own example, that much of Wyoming's specific legislation relating to DAOs or speedies or this sort of thing wasn't directly relevant to us. But part of the reason that we chose to be able to headquarter our business here after 2 years of remote work was that general feeling that Wyoming is at the forefront of this and at the frontier, and that if there is a sort of a vehicle or clarity or that we need in the future, that Wyoming will be able to provide that, and is indeed one of the probably the best jurisdiction in the United States to be able to provide that. And I guess we kind of lost some ground here, or rather I circled back or something. But on the point of Mr. Revel regarding Circle, is that these things can, market conditions can change over time. I mean, for instance, I believe about a month ago, the CEO of Celsius Network was warning about various regulatory risks and what companies weren't doing correctly. And then look at the situation that they're in now. And I think certainly Circle is a much better capitalized, much more respectable organization. However, really, it can change over time.
Great. Well, we certainly, if we haven't told you enough, we are thankful for your company's relocation to Wyoming. I'm particularly more thankful than others because I think you chose the best House district to seat your company in, House District 11, which is mine. So I do appreciate that.
Well, very glad to be here, and very happy to be testifying before a body that I think has really been, because you see some of these other organizations in various states, like the Texas Blockchain Committee and whatnot. I think that all the members of this committee, both those present and historically, have just done a great job. I think that compared to many other states and jurisdictions, you might move much more faster and leaner, and have an industry expertise that's really unrivaled. So thank you.
Great. Good to hear. Additional public comment in the room? All right, we've got some virtual. We have some virtual comments. We're running a little bit behind, so we'll just say that we'll keep them to under 2 minutes would be preferable. So whoever is up first. We have Devin.
Hello, how you guys doing? So if I have to keep it under 2 minutes, there's just no possible way to do that. So I would like to just send any documentation you guys need. Essentially, this goes all the way back to the concept of the stablecoin. What I hear around the room consistently, and if you ask yourselves, is IOUs and no collateral behind it. And you know what that sounds a lot like? It sounds like bonds, credit. So stablecoins are not supposed to be reserve currencies. These are actually credit-based animals. They are mechanisms that are built to have high liquidity, not settle balances. So having a fungible token and not a non-fungible token, but a fungible token tied to a non-fungible identity, you now build the credit system that runs the world, the $127 trillion. So taking the finance model from finance and moving it into decentralized finance still works. Again, but you don't have identity, so you can't establish, or pseudonymous identity, so you can't establish credit. If you want this to grow and also not have the risks that you guys are talking about, we have to go back all the way to the drawing board and actually assess the wrong assessment, that this mechanism is not for what everybody's trying to make it do. And so you're going to continue to have things like Luna, continue to have things like Celsius, because volatility should not exist within a stable coin that is counterintuitive to stability. Sooner or later, the guy is going to fall off the line. And having collateral is planning to fail rather than preparing to fail, which is analyzing. So collateralizing versus analyzing. We need risk-based mechanisms, tools in this industry more than anything else. And then you can see where the guardrails need to help people, and that's what you regulate. I'll just end it there and I'll send in whatever people would like to look at.
Yeah, no, we appreciate that, and don't worry, it's a normal part of the process that you end up emailing us information, because it's not uncommon that you have more information to share than we have time for, and we do read those emails and we do appreciate you sharing it with us. Questions?
I did have one. Is there a way that I can get on another one of these and talk longer? I don't have the schedule to travel all over, but I'm more than happy to explain in context and depth later with more time.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I have a biased predisposition for people in the room. So come to our Laramie meeting, be there physically in person, and you're gonna get a little more airtime, just honestly.
Okay.
We'll see you there.
That sounds perfect. I look forward to it. I hope I'm not introducing something too polarizing, but we need to go back to the drawing board because we ran too fast as an entire industry. And there's plenty of money to be made and plenty of opportunity to be had without tripping over each other.
Awesome, thank you. Additional public comment? I thought you had one more maybe.
Good afternoon.
Welcome.
So, thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman, co-chairman, and members of the select committee. I am Johan Polachak, co-founder and CTO of Quant Platform, which is a revolutionary layer one blockchain platform. First, thank you very much for the invitation to provide a public testimony on the Wyoming stable token. I will summarize my view and thoughts about why I strongly support the Wyoming stable token. I had the chance to meet Senator Chris Rothfuss personally in Laramie, and where we could exchange a couple of thoughts about what you are doing and what the committee is about and what the Wyoming stable token is. So first, let's start with the community and trust, because that's a key pillar, and design matters. I mean, by design, how such a stable coin is designed. So first, about revolutionizing finance. I mean, we had the technology a while back, a couple years ago. Even we could say that Bitcoin was the first tool to achieve that. But there is a reason why significant entities didn't really join this movement or apply blockchain technology. And I think that the reason for that is mainly two pillars. I mean, the lack of two pillars. And one is a solid legal framework, which could be trusted by these entities that they can operate with. And the other is a trusted stable token backer. So an entity or fund or a trusted party which can believe that really hold those assets and make them available at any time. So the Wyoming stable token is, in my opinion, the first to tick both boxes regarding this, and also centralized and decentralized finance terms. I mean, it's a really hard matrix to navigate. If you want to satisfy the requirements of centralized finance and those who want to satisfy the requirements of the community of decentralized finance, it's a really hard time to design such a system. And I do really believe that the Wyoming stable token is able to achieve to satisfy both sides. So, and also to end that we were requested by foreign countries to advise their central bank digital currency approaches. And I'm pretty positive that compared to all those, obviously I can't share in details, Wyoming stable token has the most sane approach to how this should be done. So to summarize, since you asked us to be really brief here, so we as Quant Platform, as a team, we are really happy to support the Wyoming stable token in any ways possible we can. And as layer one blockchain architects, we are also looking forward to give you any kind of technical support you might need as advisors or otherwise. So to wrap up that, I would conclude my testimony and I'm open to any questions. Thank you very much.
Johan, we appreciate your testimony, and I like hearing that the legislation that we built and pushed through the session, that was voted on by 2/3 of the House and 2/3 of the Senate, was the most sane version that you've seen. So really do appreciate that.
Chairman, to correct myself, I didn't mean, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, sir. I didn't mean that out of those versions. I mean out of the approaches to stable tokens in general globally. So sorry, I just wanted to clarify.
Nope, that's just as helpful. It's just a matter of being sane.
And Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I do appreciate the opportunity to visit with Johan and his colleague. When they came to Laramie, we chatted through some of their technology, and while it's probably not the best time to go into detail of it, they have a lot of thoughtful aspects about quantum proofing. So this is future proofing the technology of their blockchain in a way that is then going to be robust against any attacks well into the future. And that's a good conversation for us to have if we are building architecture that we want long-term trust. We want to make sure that it's not just trustworthy in the near term, but that it's future-proof as well. So I appreciate that discussion, and that was something that Johan was emphasizing in our conversation.
Thank you very much, Co-Chairman.
Thank you. Any additional public comment? All right. Closing public comment. Committee? Anything before I move to the final topic?
Mr. Chairman,
Representative Stiff?
on the topic of the stable token draft bill, we've gotten a number of different comments, and I've sent an email out to all of the blockchain members as well as to Mr. Hopkinson and Ms. Nord, just suggesting categories of conceptual amendments. I think it's probably too much to talk through in detail right now, but if we're going to move forward with this, I think it makes sense to have some of these amendments maybe fleshed out by LSO for our next meeting.
Mhm.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Mr. Co-Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I think getting it redrafted, getting the final copy redrafted, taking into consideration, I think all of these points that you've circulated are good points to consider, maybe putting together a group to consider them, or honestly just preparing them as we typically do and then having them staff comments so that we have them available would be a good approach so that we can work this at the second meeting. And then, as we've typically done in the past, have the third meeting for final revisions. Obviously, 95% of the bill is probably about where we want it, but we've got some great comments from public testimony that we need to take into consideration, as well as the governor and the treasurer's comments. So, and I appreciate these comments as well. It's a good approach to Mr. Chairman. What do you think? Is that what you want to do?
I agree 100%. Mr. Co-Chairman, I think as we talked about, we take the House passed version of the bill, and you now have Representative Stitt's email, and I think we plug in Representative Stitt's comments as staff comments to work through, and if we come up with anything else before we move on from the topic, I think that's a good starting point as well. And we have it in front of us, and we work backwards from that final passed bill to incorporate whatever we think are necessary to get us where we want to be. But I think it's a good starting point. This is an important bill, and it has a lot of appetite in Wyoming and around the world. There's a tremendous appetite for it. So I do think that time will be well spent by LSO and by this committee.
Mr. Chairman, I move for that draft.
Moved and seconded by, moved by Senator Rothfuss and seconded by Senator Cost. Any other comments, question? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Mr. Hopkinson?
Just to clarify, so for this draft, I am the 7 points that Representative Stith makes, you just want me to put those in staff comments for the committee's consideration, or you want me to attempt to draft them? Because some of these, I don't think I can without more information. Some of them I probably could, but what's your preference on that?
Well, yeah, I'm not thoroughly reviewed the email, but rather than burn a lot of time on it, I think put them together as staff comments. And to the extent that you need to loop back to Representative Stith, please do. He will be more than happy to give you more information or more detail to the extent so you can get at least a policy consideration in front of us.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and we'll work through the details of it. I mean, there's a lot here, and we've got to address the governor's interests, and we've got to address the treasurer's interests, and then we've got the other comments. So we basically just need to work through everything. Representative Stitt's interested in working on it, so you're drafted.
Mhm. Strange that the appropriator from the committee that most amended this bill is now further amending this bill. What is it about appropriators in this
Well,
bill?
Mr. Chairman, and those are tended to sort of synthesize what I've heard today from everybody
Right.
else. Not my original thoughts.
No, yeah, no, we appreciate that. That's helpful. And I'm sure staff appreciate it as well. Okay. Anything else on stable tokens? No.
So, Mr. Chairman, we've got 24 minutes
Mhm.
to run through the digital assets topic that started at 3:15. So we will have to aspire to do that very quickly. Maybe we can go 30 minutes, but we'll try and get done on time. We don't want to keep everybody here.
Yep.
And Mr. Chairman, as a bit of background, let's take a look and see who we have speaking on this, but
We have Mr. Allen
Yeah.
with blockchain comments.
we
We have Mr. Pope, Mr. Kaufman.
All right, Mr. Chairman. So the concept is our definition of digital assets. We had some discussion of it earlier in the day, but trying to revisit our old definition with a newer definition that reflects on some of the changes that we've seen. Mr. Kaufman and Mr. Reville raised the concepts of intellectual property, appropriately addressing that. We've had discussions about underlying assets and tokenization of those underlying assets and how to do maybe some pass-through representation. And then we know we need to hit NFTs. I think redrafting that and trying to draft it in line with the Lummis-Gillibrand legislation would probably be a good first approach. But part of this really is to open the conversation and to get diversity of views on our digital asset definition. But one of the keys, obviously, that I think everybody needs to contemplate is the idea that we can't break what we've already done by changing the definition. First and foremost, do no harm, right? It works right now, but it might not be perfect. And it is the basis of Senate File 125 effectively, which is then layered atop our definition. So as we're moving forward, there's a lot of interest and a lot of testimony, and I think a lot of development in industry over the years. But we need to make sure that we are thoughtful about not just forging new territory that then causes uncertainty where we previously had certainty available. So I'll stop there and see if anybody has any comments. But I just want to open this dialogue and get some public testimony on what we should be doing moving forward. and particularly in the interest of time, we'll end up talking about this more, but maybe starting the dialogue today and then trying to get out of here at a reasonable time.
Mr. Kaufman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, I'll be incredibly brief for right now, and I'd love Mr. Reville to jump in as well. But I think that the genesis of this for me, and let me be clear with everyone, I don't at this point in time have any suggestions for language, or as Mr. Co-Chairman just said, I'm not advocating for any immediate change. I think we need to get our arms around this. But what we're hearing from a lot of people is that there are potentially, I don't want to call them holes in our digital asset definition, but use cases and aspects of different digital assets that maybe aren't squarely addressed with our definitional framework. For example, NFTs, right? And the artistic intellectual property that might come with those assets. And how is that treated under our definitional framework if you want to enforce rights? As Mr. Co-Chair said, different types of underlying physical assets or commodities or whatever there might be that are represented by that token. Something that I mentioned earlier that I feel like I talk about almost every day. I'm kind of tired of talking about governance tokens, right? People are using the governance token model for all types of interactions within entities that are native to blockchain. And again, a lot of those different types of digital rights aren't necessarily fit within our kind of 3 buckets of digital assets. And so, I don't know, Joel, I'll turn it over to you, but I think that's kind of where we started. And then maybe the only other thing I'll add to that is when I say we, myself and a few attorneys at my firm have been devoting a little bit of time to thinking about not just the definitional structure, but are there things that we can do to make our jurisdiction more appealing to people that want to use these definitional frameworks via remedies? So I'll give you an example. In our Trade Secret Act, we have a specific remedy available for people that misappropriate, right, someone else's trade secrets. Does it make sense for us to maybe look at the remedy side? We did that a little bit with respect to the UCC aspects of digital assets and perfection and cleansing of rights, but we didn't really look at that again from the sort of artistic intellectual property side of things for things like misuse, misappropriation, violation of trade secrets, et cetera. And so that's just something else. Again, I don't have concrete answers to offer to anyone today, but are there things we should be looking at from a remedy perspective that again just sort of drives home the favorability of our framework? So I'll stop there, Mr. Chairman. I think that's kind of at least tease up a little bit of the discussions we've been having.
Joel, jump in.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have a lot to add to what Mr. Kaufman's already said. It was really, my thought here was really more of a question than a concrete idea, which, as Mr. Kaufman said, is whether within Wyoming's framework of intellectual property remedies, property laws, digital asset laws, is there some way that we can create a solution to a problem that might exist right now for someone who wants to take intellectual property to the ability to own, custody, buy, sell, borrow, lend, and sort of treat that intellectual property stored on a blockchain in the same way that they can another digital asset? That's the question that I thought would be useful for us to address as a committee.
No discussion.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to, we've got good folks for the public testimony and maybe just kind of
Just
running
keep
through
it
them.
rolling.
Yeah, keep it rolling and hear thoughts as we start to build a plan forward on this.
Okay. I saw, where did Lonnie go? Did she just turn off her camera? Okay, Lonnie, welcome.
Hi. Thank you all for having me. My name is Lonnie Mahanta. I'm the VP of Policy and Government Affairs at OpenSea, which is an NFT marketplace. I don't have prepared testimony. I just wanted to kind of be here to help to talk through any issues. I think on my end, given the agenda items, the definition of digital assets as things are right now, I don't have any suggestions for you. If there are other topics that we wanted to kind of discuss around kind of broader intellectual property and copyright issues, I'd be happy to do that. But I would love if there was any other prompts or any other specific things that this group wanted to discuss, that would be helpful on my end.
Mr. Chairman?
Co-chairman, that's your cue.
Yeah. Well, so as we look forward, and Lonnie, you know, had a chance to chat a little bit about this a few days ago, the idea of trying to be forward looking about underlying assets and the legal standing of the underlying assets. And as we contemplate NFTs, for example, where maybe it's all digital right now, but isn't going to be all digital in the future. And maybe there's going to be more nuance to it than just a series of pixels on the screen. How do we appropriately classify and delineate that within our statutory definition of digital assets or elsewhere in that statutory language, so that it's treating digital asset classes correctly, depending on what it actually is. And I know that that's going to be meaningful then from OpenSea's perspective, so that you don't want to be binned in the same category as, if we have a digital asset representing cattle, for example, maybe that's going to be different from what you want your digital asset class treated as. So the question then is, have you seen in your experience definitions or work in this space that we might draw upon? We will look to Senator Lummis's new definition, but what else should we be contemplating so that we're handling NFT space that you see on the horizon appropriately?
I think you alluded to one of the concepts that I have not seen discussed all that widely beyond this group here in Wyoming, which is an understanding that what we are seeing in the non-fungible token space around digital arts and collectibles is just the beginning. And that we're likely to see so many more asset types and item types that will have, a digital receipt component to them, if you will. And so recognizing the fact that today I spoke with an early stage startup that is working on tokenizing luxury digital items. And it's not a big brand, it's not with Gucci or Louis Vuitton, but it is, working with other smaller mom and pop luxury items. And so they are thinking about how do they think about property rights around, for instance, an engagement ring? You have the actual physical item of the ring, and you have the brand that is saying that the ownership rights live within that, the token. And so there are kind of questions that were starting to come up around property rights in that regard. I think for this group to be thinking about is understanding that where we are right now in NFTs is likely very much the beginning. So how are we going to define tax rights, property rights, and other things based on the underlying item, as opposed to the digital nature of it, or their connection to the blockchain technology as the defining characteristic?
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Kaufman, you brought with you as well Professor Fairfield? Or suggested the invitation?
Yes, Mr.
Professor
Chairman.
Fairfield.
Yes.
Professor?
Chairman, co-chairman, thank you so much for the opportunity to testify briefly, and members of the committee. On the topics that I've heard, I've been in the channel for a while and listening in. I think that there are some distinct moves that can preserve the work that's already been done while avoiding the difficulty of endless elaboration. As was already mentioned, new asset types keep coming out. And to avoid that game of constant need to revise the definition and revise the statute, as was mentioned much earlier on, the legislative process takes an enormous amount of time, and to move at speed in order to be able to keep up with the racing technology in this space, what's useful to consider would be a two-tiered approach. That's already reflected in the definition, where the first portion of the definition has a broad description. And indeed, there are other definitions in other states. Wyoming has led the way consistently, especially in the cryptocurrency and blockchain space. There have been other states that have moved forward on digital assets and have things like the Kremen versus Cohen definition. For example, any asset that is susceptible of precise definition, to which the owner can establish a legitimate claim and to which someone can establish excludability. That can create a broad common law-like bucket to say, as new asset categories come in, they may well fall under this umbrella. I don't think that then we need to consider changing the buckets that exist, the three buckets that exist. The lawyer's favorite language, included but not limited to, might be something that works there. On the asset types that were mentioned, especially that Matthew mentioned starting off, there are some thoughts that I had, especially about the first two and the unique difficulties that people face. And so I'll just outline those briefly and conclude my testimony. And if there's questions that you have, I'd like to be a resource and would be perfectly happy to continue on or provide materials by email. The first is that there is a conflict between the personal property interest in the token and the intellectual property interest. You can summarize this by saying when it comes to NFTs, investors often don't know what they're holding. And they get told by many lawyers that they're holding, in fact, nothing at all, that they're holding bragging rights plus some relationship to some piece of intellectual property. And that's because due to early problems with copying on the internet, intellectual property laws were rightly strengthened to prevent rampant copying. But that's a very different situation than where we have here. Now we do have with these technologies the capacity to have one copy or one piece, one truly unique piece of digital art that is distinct from all the others. And people say, sure, you can right-click an NFT and make your own copy of it. And I can take a picture of the Mona Lisa and make a copy of it too, but it's not the same thing at all. So I think that this function whereby intellectual property rights overpower the personal property rights in the token is something to keep in mind. Now, fortunately, there are fairly easy solutions, and these again go to the question of how can we keep up with racing technology? That's a theme that I'll use a lot. I've just wrote a book called Can Law Keep Up? Runaway Technology, Can Law Keep Up? And one way to do that is by calling on the intuitions of common law. We already know how the rights in a piece of personal property, for example, a painting on the wall, interrelate with the intellectual property in the thing itself. That's in academic speak, and I know that you all know this far better than I do, the copyright distinction. For that to be strengthened, I think would be strongly useful for people to say, I own this copy. I can collect, I can invest in it, and I can sell it to others with stability. But I don't obviously own the copyright, and yet not have the copyright holder come and claw back or try to take back rights that are traditionally associated with the ownership of the individual copy. I've seen licenses, for example, where if a person makes, if the value of an NFT rises more than to over $10,000, the owner of the thing has to conclude a separate commercial license with the copyright holder. These are surprising clawbacks from intellectual property that investors in the NFTs do not expect. That's the big one, is that there needs to be stability in what people own when they purchase an NFT or similar right, and that there are analogies from common law and common experience from what it takes to own just a regular thing that we can draw on when we work out what it means to own an NFT and to invest in an NFT. And I have to say, in my experience, the auction houses, the businesses that are the marketplaces that are trying to develop this are strongly incentivized to create strong property rights in the individual thing, because that's what people are buying and selling and investing in. And if those rights aren't intact, then we get the kind of volatility that we're seeing in the market right now, where people simply don't know what it is they're buying when they buy. I've taken a chunk of time, and I understand that we're limited. I'll say with respect to commodity tokens, though, the same approach can work, not reinventing the horse, going back to basics. And so if we commoditize real estate, for example, if we tokenize real estate, we can rely on, broadly speaking, on real estate law and simply need enabling legislation to link a token to the deed and registry system, so on and so forth. Governance tokens are a harder row to hoe because they link into a number of different areas of law, including everything from corporate governance to election law. And so those may be more difficult to provide an easy patch. Bottom line, just to highlight what I think is useful to focus on, going back to our basic intuitions about what it means to own a piece of property, or focusing on the ways in which this kind of property has already been transferred, and all we're doing is just using a different database, buying a house with a token on a distributed database rather than in the county courthouse records, which is the normal way of, like, that's the database we normally use. Smoothing those paths without reinventing the wheel will provide a stable and robust system that will then update itself because it will track how humans use these things, how people use these things, and the citizens of Wyoming use it without trying to change the law based on novel technology. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I look forward to any questions you may have.
Really good stuff. Really helpful. Committee, Representative Yin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the copyright question is, I think, one of the most interesting things about NFTs to me. I've talked to a couple of lawyers about it, and from what I understand, you can't transfer or assign copyrights without it being both in writing and signed by the person who owns the copyright. So I guess the question is, because copyright is federal law, what are some options do you think that we have on the state level to deal with the copyright issue? Are there specific licenses or licensing schemes or things that we could enable in Wyoming to make some of those copyright rights a little bit more transferable?
Professor?
I think thank you for that great question. There are some things. The strongest thing that can be done is Wyoming is completely in charge of state property law. Federal, copyright law is of course federal, but the two interact. And when it comes to buying a book from the bookstore down the street, it's state personal property law that determines what you can do with that book. Federal copyright law cuts out when you have purchased that personal piece of property. Now, there's a lot of dispute among the states and in the federal courts as to what extent and when the exhaustion rights apply to digital assets. I think there's a real opportunity for states to recognize the nature of tokenized property as personal property, as more like a book than as the copyright itself. Because if I buy a copy of, if I buy one of 100 copies of Beeple's, first 5,000 days, just like buying a limited edition of a painting, I haven't bought the copyright in the painting and the ability to make infinite copies of it and sell them to other people for all time. We're not transferring the copyright itself. What we are doing is transferring the ownership of the individual personal property right. And of course, that carries certain state basic rights along with it. The right to, most importantly, of course, the right to buy and sell it. These are often investments. And that's been a difficulty when the intellectual property licenses claim to undermine the right to buy and sell. So the easiest answer to your question is that the state of Wyoming has significant control over this through its treatment of these assets as personal property like any other form of personal property. The second component of it is, what do we do about copyright licenses? Because there are conflicts there. And one thing that can be done is to offer for example, a seal, a statement that can be marked on the blockchain by the state of Wyoming that this is a fully transferable, that this is the real thing in a sense, right? That this is the kind of NFT you can buy, sell, trade, and there aren't secret clawbacks. There aren't secret trailing intellectual property rights, or if we had more time, I'm happy to talk about them, secret code clawbacks, which is another problem buried in the smart contracts that maintain and transfer these NFTs. And so people find not only are they restricted by the intellectual property license, but they're restricted by lines of code that they didn't see that cut in. An easy one would be oftentimes people find that when they resell their investment and make money on it, the original minter of the NFT gets a cut. That may be fine if it's fully disclosed, but many people are quite surprised to find that they don't own this stuff free and clear. So my basic answer is by relying on state property law, we can leverage the power of any of us if we own a painting to buy, sell, transfer, invest in that painting, regardless of the fact that we don't own or even really have any interest in the copyright in that painting. And I think that that's the most effective way of doing it. There are other ways of pushing forward, saying certain licenses are okay or not okay. I would even go so far as to say certain kinds of licenses border on fraudulent. If you tell people that they're buying something and in fact they are not buying it, at a certain point that becomes fraud. And I think that again, as a matter of state law, the state of Wyoming can do something about that. Excellent question, thank you.
Anything else, committee? All right, that's really good stuff. And Representative Yin saved his really good question until the very end. It was the only question you asked today, but wow. Wow, Representative Yin. Maybe you should plug in. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, Mr. Pope. We're
Thank
right
you.
on time. We're just a couple minutes ahead of schedule now.
Oh, wonderful. Actually, I have no prepared remarks, but I would like to continue our discussion from last year that where we discussed personhood for tokens, because I truly believe in 2019, when I first explored this area, we discussed amending the Wyoming's property law in order to allow tokens to be on title for real estate and other property, and we kind of moved on from that suggestion, and then last year we discussed granting personhood to tokens or creating a registered token entity that could address a lot of these problems with tying the token to physical property. And I think that still, in my mind, remains that one of the easiest ways to create a system where title can be transferred via token. It's a very, I find it a very enabling type of legislation, and it would also allow Wyoming to create a new type of entity that which we're kind of known for anyway. And so I listened to the testimony of Professor Fairfield and some of these issues, many of these issues that are created via token, and the issuer of a token, though I'm not nearly as knowledgeable on the intellectual property side. But if you allow an entity to own intellectual property, own real property, own large assets, large titled assets, then I think that is one of the potential answers to this. And the entity would be a registered token.
Mr. Chairman.
Sorry, David. Representative
Mr. Chairman, again, sorry for the question toward the end of the day here. Can you flesh that out? If persons make decisions, right? And that's why it's okay for them to own things. They can decide to buy and sell real property. How does a token make a decision?
David?
The same way a limited liability company makes a decision. It's certainly really not anything much greater in scope than the normal limited liability company or the normal corporation that Wyoming already has within its entity laws. The only difference is that this is a token. It is an electronic entity completely, as opposed to a traditional analog entity like a limited liability company.
All right, Mr. Pope, what else?
You
silenced us.
Yeah. Well, it's late in the day, and as I recall last year, around the same time, it was very late in the day when we spoke during that committee meeting as well. And so I understand that, but I truly believe that I'm making it sound simple right here, because I think the concept is powerful. It certainly isn't simple, as I think Mr. Allen will attest to in some of his testimony, in that it's going to require substructures built up around it in order to make certain that Wyoming can collect tax on those, on the real estate and the taxable items that the entity owns. That there's adequate KYC so that the state of Wyoming, or at least the registered agent, which would potentially be a completely new type of registered agent, would always have knowledge of the beneficial owners or the beneficial owners' representatives within its database. And so there is a lot that goes along with this. But the concept is really quite simple. Give a certain level of personhood to registered tokens within the state, and then they will be able to hold title to property, hold title to large assets, and even potentially intellectual assets. And that really, I'll open it up for questions, but I really would like to continue this conversation if the committee is amenable to it, because I think this becomes a rather powerful way to answer some of these issues.
Mr. Kaufman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Mr. Pope. In fairness, I'm going to admit I have not spent a lot of time assessing this and thinking about it, but I'm just curious, in your mind, maybe could you help expand on some of the types of transactions or even benefits that you think would come from this? And I'll just tell you where I'm coming from. I've had this conversation many times with respect to things like wallets, like multi-sig wallets, right? And people making arguments that those are effectively entities, right? Which I'm of the opinion there's probably nothing stopping you from, right, putting a multi-sig wallet into an LLC or a corporation or operating it like an entity. But I haven't heard that so much with an individual token. So I'm just curious in your mind, what those benefits look like and how that might come out in a definition.
Mr. Pope.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Kaufman, we attacked some of the benefits last year in this meeting, and the biggest benefit in my mind is the ease of transfer of the property. It can transfer with very little friction thereby it decreasing time and adding value to the transaction. As long as the underlying property is blockchain oriented or on the blockchain, and as long as it is tied to the property ownership of the property itself can be transferred in a microsecond, as opposed to some of the legacy systems right now. And again, I am not naive enough to think that it won't happen, or that it will happen without additional, again, substructures and all of that being put into place. But that's the major benefit of the transaction. And the other thing is, Senator Rothfuss spoke earlier on about when I lectured about this, about blockchain earlier on in our history with this. What I talked about was was these intersections between property transfer, banking, taxation, and the ability for all those interested parties to come together at the point of sale or at the point of the transaction and have all parties satisfied with, especially with people like Armanino that are putting together their systems to essentially have a continuous free-flowing audit of all of this. Everything can happen at once with very little friction. And that's what this becomes a component of.
Great. All right, Mr. Allen. You have the hardest job out of everyone, which is why I saved you for last, because you're a veteran at this. We don't hear you.
There we go.
Christopher. Oh,
Thank you.
welcome.
Thank you, chairs. Thank you, committee members, and of course, the hardworking LSO office. Thanks for having me back. Recognize in the spirit of time, I could talk until tomorrow, and I won't. I want to make sure that you know that I'm available to assist as I have in prior years. And I thank you very much for letting me participate in your processes. I have a lot of very specific ideas around clarity on digital asset legislation. And in particular, this summer, Blockchain Commons has a new internship program. And I have 3 interns who are working on different facets of this problem. And in particular, Sunan Bindra helped with this particular idea and is also working on trying to help and collect and collate information for you to be able to look through. So a little bit background, I'm Christopher Allen. I am with Blockchain Commons, a nonpartisan blockchain infrastructure research organization. I'm best known for being the co-author of SSL-TLS, trillions of dollars of commerce go over it. So I've been doing this for a long time, but I'm a technologist, not a lawyer. But because of the success of this community, I have made Blockchain Commons to be domiciled in Wyoming, and I'm very connected and involved in trying to move these things forward. Again, I can talk a lot about digital assets and about the differences between digital assets that are purely digital, things that are tied to different security interests, credit, laws, et cetera, and then things that are very real property oriented. And we're going to get some clarity. I have trust that this community is going to figure out how to do it. But what we need is an on-ramp. What we need is a tool to make this easier. And I think a really good tool that will also have synergy with something I'll be talking about tomorrow with e-residency is this thing that I'm calling a Wyoming Registered Digital Asset, or WRDA. So what is this? So it's a framework to register a security interest in a digital asset. Initially, let's focus on one of the great things that Wyoming has, which is this universal uniform commercial code status around bailment and perfection. Now, basically it's saying, hey, hold it in 2 years in custody in Wyoming, you have perfection. That's a big thumb up. That's something very special that you have. But really, there's no easy mechanism for meeting this requirement. And I propose that you actually can do so, and you can do so relatively easy. You can make a commitment about the digital asset, register it, maybe with the Secretary of State, maybe there's some other organization that's better, but it's a commitment, it can be private, et cetera. And when the 2 years is up, you know, you can basically say this is a registered digital asset of this particular class. This would build off the Senate Bill 125. And as I said, I think there's some synergy with some other things that are going on. Really, this just leverages corporate filings that already are having to do around UCC and other things under Wyoming state law. But most importantly, it allows these assets to be held under Wyoming law, especially as Wyoming law evolves. So I have a lot of trust that Wyoming is going to address these problems, whereas, you know, we heard testimony from the wonderful work that Loomis and Gillibrand are doing, that maybe 2026 for some of their definitions to come across. I don't really want to wait that long. Maybe I can register my assets so that it will be under the Wyoming court, and in particular the Chancery Court. And even though right now, you know, say perfection doesn't quite apply to NFTs, et cetera, we can over time use this on-ramp to do things like say, hey, you know, you have 2 years if you have intellectual property problems with this particular NFT asset or whatever after some declaration to do clawbacks, or I don't know what the appropriate thing is, but I like this idea that this is a policy lever because it basically officiates legal standing and protection of the digital asset under Wyoming law. I think that's the, you know, the key benefit of it. And we can charge for this. We can make this such that it is not ultimately a cost to the state. So the outcomes, well, we offer clarity to the creators, the consumers, the businesses, and maybe very importantly, the investors, because the investors can go, oh, we can trust that these will be handled properly and fairly in the Wyoming Chancery Court. This allows you to have a foundation and a competitive advantage in all the business innovation that is happening in Wyoming. And as I will talk tomorrow, I think this could really synergize with e-residency and other certifications that Wyoming may want to offer. So that's my quick summary. Again, please feel free to ask questions and whatever else in our time. Thank you.
Mr. Allen, this is really good stuff. Co-chairman?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, that was what I was basically going to say, is I think this actually provides a vehicle for addressing everything everyone previously just said in one way or another. And then the kind of cool thing about it is you could, as part of the registration, effectively assign the underlying asset class and have some sort of characteristics there, where then based on that underlying asset class, you'd know, do we tax this as property, yes or no? Do we, what are our obligations under the state in various statutory applications? So yeah, fleshing this out, and it's a pretty simple platform that we can build instead of having to accomplish it all at once and get it all right, because we could probably start with a limited set of asset classes, maybe draft to that, and then build it from there. So yeah, I like that approach. Committee thoughts? I think it, and I like the idea also about just people all over the planet registering something in the state of Wyoming and then paying us $20, right? That doesn't hurt.
Yeah.
40?
We could allow those fees to be just, you know, fluctuating depending on the type of asset. Some of those might be worth a lot more than $20 to register.
I know, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. And Mr. Allen, you said that you were, I know from our previous conversation, you had some folks in your organization that were going to be working more on this and trying to build it out a little bit over the summer. Is that right?
That is correct. In particular, let me just briefly show you this. Well, I think are you seeing my entire desktop or are you seeing one thing? Let me try a different share. Here it is.
That was a lot.
Yeah, so this is Sunit. He's a student and a Blockchain Commons intern this summer. And he also posted a letter on this topic to the meeting materials. I just wanted to quote him. "My generation's future is increasingly virtual. We truly are digital natives where our assets, connections, likeness, and identity are more embedded in the digital world than the physical. This trend can be reasonably expected to grow in the coming decades and is only accelerated by catalysts like the COVID-19 pandemic. The work of Wyoming to bring safeguards, frameworks, and clarity at the intersection of the physical and digital world is of utmost importance." So I think that really shows why he's committed to working with Blockchain Commons to help Wyoming and on these topics.
Great, Mr. Chairman, I'm curious, I guess I just make sure that maybe for the next meeting, I'd be interested, or before then, hearing from Lonnie from OpenSea. I don't know if she has any comments at this point in time, the concept of a state registered or Wyoming registered digital asset. Is that a concept that's been talked about in the NFT community, some sort of an authorizing registrant, a seal of approval type concept, anything along those lines? Does that come up?
Not that I've heard. And I would say that, like, from a marketplace platform perspective, upfront registration requirements, when they're mandatory, pose challenges for what are the obligations of the platform. And, for the NFT creators, I think, keeping in mind that there is a wide variety of sophistication and understanding of the different artists and creators that are currently creating NFTs. And so, thinking about what barriers there may or may not be for those individuals to sort of keep up with any, registration requirements. So I would say at a top line level, that would be something that we would, we might want to consider on the registration front.
Mr. Chairman. Yeah, thanks, Lonnie. And one of the things that we always emphasize is trying to provide opportunities and options as opposed to any requirements. So the concept there would be something along the lines of providing a registration service. I can imagine somebody, one evening generated 10,000 NFTs and then just cut those loose. Maybe they wouldn't want to register those. But there are certainly some that get traded on your platform that I'd probably want to register if I were fortunate enough to own them. So maybe there's just providing that service. And I guess I'd ask you just go back and chat about that with some of your colleagues and see if there are any ways that value could be added or any ideas that your community has with this concept. I think there's a lot of potential utility for it in a lot of different spaces, but I'd be interested in hearing what your community thinks in the NFT space.
Of course.
Yeah, tremendously, Lonnie. 2 years ago, when we decided we would venture down the road further with NFTs, I remember having this exact conversation. Is there any value to registering them and creating that system? And we didn't get anywhere with it. So, Mr. Allen, having this proposal in front of us is perfect timing. Well, I wish we had it 2 years ago, I guess, but Lonnie, yeah, would love to hear more on what you're hearing.
Be very happy to bring.
Thank you. Mr. Allen.
Yeah, I just wanted to briefly reassure Lonnie. So my proposal here is that this is not a mandatory, it's not a mandate. You don't have to do it. It gives you very specific legal protections under Wyoming law if you need those. On the other side of things, from a technological perspective, it is almost exactly the same what happens right now where somebody basically is registering an asset with IPFS. Oftentimes, the entire digital asset is not actually in the NFT. It is an external reference to a hash. That's all we're really doing is we're basically saying you're going to make a commitment to a hash, maybe a little bit of extra stuff in there. And then the Department of State, the Secretary of State, or whatever office handles these types of things, issues a verifiable credential that says, hey, this was done on such and such a date. This is the commitment that was made. This is the asset class that you are falling under, and you have, you have standing. So this would just be another little object that would accompany the token, maybe in the 10th generation of passing it around from party to party. It's not something creators necessarily have to do. So anyhow, a lot of work to do on it, but I think from a technological perspective, it's not hard. And if the Secretary of State is going to be doing some of the things that I believe that it should be doing with e-residency, it should be very trivial for them to be able to add this functionality. So they'll be able to leverage other work that was already enabled under 2019 laws for records saved by the Secretary of State. Thanks.
Mr. Allen, beyond, is there a legal framework that we can point ourselves toward as a starting point beyond going beyond the 2019 bill?
Well, I mean, I don't have a complete understanding of, how you've used the word SROs before in here, self-regulatory organizations, but there also are various kinds of, seals and, what do you call them? There's a whole IP law around being able to have various kinds of certifications, et cetera. So we want to leverage that type of stuff. I mean, I'm not saying we want to create an Underwriter Labs equivalent in Wyoming, but I do think there's lots of other instances of organizations that and states that issue these types of things that we can leverage those from the non-blockchain world. I suspect Professor Fairfield, excuse me, has some clues on, we might be able to steal from that. So.
Yes, I think the
Yeah,
suggestion.
Mr. Chairman, I was just going to say, piggybacking on that, I mean, we already have elective filings in the Secretary of State's office for, trade names, trademarks, which is really ultimately governed by IP law already, right? But if you want to avail yourselves of different claims, different protections, I'm really keyed in on the remedy aspect of it. So I love that this is a potential way to gatekeep, people's access to a certain category of remedy. But I agree with Mr. Allen there that it seems to me that we could create a pretty easy elective, right, way for people to file and register this asset and open the door for remedies. So I really like that connection.
Professor?
I was simply going to fill in. I think that that Christopher Allen's suggestion of using designation of origin which is the area of law that you might want to look at. And those are quite successful ways of setting standards and seals of a given area. And so I think that that's already an established system and one that could be quite successfully leveraged.
Great. All right. Mr. Hopkinson was vigorously typing. He gets to build this beautiful structure from scratch, but we have no better attorney to do it for us. So. All right. We're good. Good. All right. Thanks, everyone. That was extremely beneficial. And the conversation doesn't end here. We'll obviously be continuing in general the broader conversation of this digital assets definitional topic as a whole. But it looks like we definitely walked away with some good work just to, at least for the day. So we appreciate all of you. All right. Committee, any actions before we get out of here?
Mr. Chairman, I think we're good for now. We can give this some thought. until tomorrow and see if there's any action we need to take, but I
Oh, I
asked,
thought David was already drafting the bill.
we didn't have a motion on it. That was pretty vague. We could do that. You ready?
Yeah, let's
Do
do
you want
that.
to do it tomorrow?
I'm-
Let's make the motion on that one tomorrow.
Okay.
Just for the sake of thinking about it. I think we're gonna spend 25 minutes talking about the motion, or we can leave.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
apparently because my method is not preferred, which is just to direct staff to draft.
Make it
That's-
so.
That's a little undemocratic.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, Mr. Chairman, I guess all we have left is, do we need anything from David or Clarissa or Emily? Are we good?
Staff, are we good? They want to get to their evening.
Yeah, we need to let them get out of here too.
All right.
All right.
Great. Well, we appreciate the public staff. We definitely appreciate you and the long hours that you put in to make us look really good and the good work that you do for the state of Wyoming. So we really appreciate you. All right, committee, we'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks for all the public comment. Thanks, everyone.